Hello, stream. All right, where were we? Chapter 18. They rode to Ammon quickly enough, but Lauren did not press the horses too hard. There seemed little need for haste, since it would not change what they would find at the end of their ride. As they rode up the ramp to the front gate, Lauren stole a glance at the mystics beside her. She had not thought of it until just now, but if there were any consequences to face for their actions that night, the mystics would likely suffer worse than she would. She was the Nightblade, and it was not entirely clear whether Cal was her master or not, but these were Cal's soldiers, and they had ridden off in Lauren's company without orders. Cal did not seem the sort to take such things lightly. "It might be best if we do not mention your involvement tonight," said Lauren. Naya looked over at her. "In coming with me, I mean. I can tell them that it was only Chet and I, and eschew any mention of you at all." Weath pointed up ahead. "Though I appreciate your selflessness, I doubt that would work." Lauren looked up. There, at the top of the ramp, the drawbridge had already been lowered. Standing just inside of Ammon's gate were a party of mystics on horseback. At their head was Cal, and beside him was Jem, who still rode midnight. Lauren felt her stomach do a turn. They reached the top of the ramp and stopped. "Nightblade," growled Cal. "Chancellor," said Lauren. "Grand Chancellor." "I had meant to ride out to your rescue, for I gathered that it was necessary. It seems that is no longer the case. I imagine you have some tidings for me." "I do, though I fear they are ill news." "What other kind is there these days?" "Very well, come." He turned and led her, not quickly, but at a walk even slower than if they were on foot, all the way back up through Ammon's 3 levels. In the space of a few heartbeats it became monotonous, and then tedious, leaving Lauren's mind free to wonder about the tongue lashing he no doubt had in store for her. As she considered it, she realized that was likely the point. This long, slow, plodding pace was... "Hey, fallen cloud," was meant to give her as much time as possible to contemplate her impending fate. When they reached the stronghold's keep, Cal dismounted and handed his horse off to a stable boy. Lauren quietly asked Jem to see to midnight, and then followed Cal into the fortress. As they approached his council chamber, they found Annis waiting in the hallway. The girl paced back and forth, hands twisting together anxiously in front of her, as though she awaited news of some close relative lying upon their deathbed. When she saw Lauren approaching, she jerked to a halt and then came running up to her. "Are you whole?" Jem said. "I'm safe," said Lauren. "We all are. I must speak with the Grand Chancellor." "Indeed you must," said Cal, "but the girl comes too. The rest of you, however, may leave us. I have no wish to move the entire year's end feast into my own chamber." Chet looked to Lauren, and to Lauren's surprise, so did Naya. She steeled herself. "The rest must be present as well. Our tale is unusual, I might say, and I would rather that you did not hear only my account of it." Cal glared, but he did not argue with her. and the whole party followed Lauren into the room. They all stepped back towards the room's edges, away from Cal and the council table, all except Naya, who stood just beside Lauren, but a half step back, the way a soldier stood by their commanding officer. But Lauren pushed that comparison out of her mind at once and began to tell her story. She left nothing out, save only for the moment she had eaten mage stones. Soon she had come to the end of the tale. The moment she finished speaking, Cal snorted. A weremage? I told you I have known Huel since he was a boy. I have known his father. He went through the trials. There was no trace of magic within him. Lauren looked at the others in the room. Weeth and Shiyun shifted their feet, not meeting Cal's gaze. Only Chet and Naya looked straight ahead, unflinching. It is true, Grand Chancellor, said Chet. We were all there. Cal looked at Naya. She gave him a small nod. His scowl deepened. Huel made mention of how long he had been a mystic, said Lauren. He called it a charade, one he had been forced to play for a long time. Mayhap he was entered into your service for just this purpose, in which case his father may not be so close a friend as... Be silent, said Cal, slapping his hand on the table. If what you say is true, do you not think I can come to that guess on my own? The High King's favor has given you too high an opinion of your own wit, high enough that it spurs you to foolish courses of action, like pursuing one of my own men into the wilderness without orders. Lauren had to restrain a grim smile. Her tone had mayhap been too condescending, but in truth it felt good to throw Cal off balance, after the way he always grumped at her. You call that foolish? Had I gone to you, we might have missed Huel altogether, and you would know nothing. I know little enough now, said Cal. Had you done things properly, Huel might not have escaped. Lauren's hand tightened where it held her belt. I serve the High King, she said, quiet but firm. I will do what I think is in her best interests. Rather than answer, Cal turned to the rest of them. You are all dismissed. Your message is in my chat. Your first one is right there. It's on my screen. The mystics began to move for the door, but Chet tried to speak up. We've told you already why we... You are here to corroborate Lauren's tale, said Cal, his voice rising. Now that that is done, you are as useful as a second nose. Get out. You are not in the High King's service, nor mine. Neither. Nice. Hey, Carl. Good morning. Well, morning for me. You are neither in the High King's service nor mine. You are nothing more than the Nightblade's bedfellow guest. Chet's whole body tensed. Lauren saw the muscles working in his jaw, but she put a hand on his arm and turned him to face her. It is all right, she murmured. Go. He did, but only after giving Cal a final dirty look. Naya held the door until he was through, and then, as she closed it behind them all, she locked gazes with Lauren for a moment. She gave a small nod and a smile, and then she was gone. But Lauren noted quietly that, again, Annis had remained in the room, and Cal still paid her no mind. Things are good. Trying to finish the read-through of this book today so we can send it to the editor. Yay, exciting. Also, Carl... kind of morning. Carl, have you seen the new Weremage cover? Check that puppy out. How beautiful is that? Love it. That's my favorite of the new covers. It's so good. So good. Anyway. I know, right? How great is that? Lerv. Lauren braced herself, certain that now Cal would lose the full strength of his wrath. He looked like a pot about to boil over, his anger frothing just below the lid. But rather than shout, he held out a hand. You said there was a letter. Give it to me. Tension bled from her, and Lauren reached into her cloak with relief. As she handed it to him, Cal whipped the letter open and looked it over. Lauren wished she had had someone to read it to her before she returned to Ammon, but there had been no time. Cal frowned. Darkness damn this place. Girl, fetch me that lamp. At first Lauren thought he meant her, but he waved his hand at Annis. She started, as though she was surprised to be called upon, and then hastened to obey. Cal sat down in his chair and held the letter close to the light, his eyes skittering back and forth across it. When they reached the bottom of the letter and the symbol of the shades there, his frown deepened. Hey, what's up, 6-6? I don't know. You keep popping in and saying that. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't even get the joke. I'm sorry, 6-6. What is the joke? I don't understand. Um, Cal sat down in his chair and held the letter close to the light, his eyes skittering back and forth across it. When they reached the bottom of the letter and the symbol of the shades there, his frown deepened. This is, in part, a report, said Cal. A report of your arrival here at the Stronghold and a brief account of your actions, though few though they have been. It seems you have attracted someone's interest. You mean Damaris, said Lauren. It must be her. Beside Cal, Annis's expression grew solemn, and she dropped her gaze to the table. But Cal raised his brows and leaned back in his chair. That seems quite a guess. Huel mentioned her. He said we would be reunited soon. If... Cal paused and his mouth twisted as though he had just bitten into a bit of spoiled meat. Ugh. Cal paused and his mouth twisted as though he had just bitten into a chunk of spoiled meat. Chunk seems a little bit anachronistic, doesn't it? Peace. We can do peace. If Huel is indeed an agent of the enemy, he may have spoken only to throw you off the trail. We can put no stock in any of his words. Her recent dream flashed back into her mind, the city where she had seen Huel and what he had told her there. Welcome to Dahab. She braced herself, and then she took the leap. There was something else. Huel mentioned something before he escaped. There was something else Huel mentioned before he escaped. A place called Dahab. I like the design, 6-6, but those are probably really good designs. I would not use this person just because I fully believe in illustrated covers for my books. But I could absolutely see in the right genre with the right audience, like these books are meant to appeal to younger people. Except for the romance covers. And some are definitely better than others. Like the Werewolf High covers are not good. That's clearly the same, model with 3 pictures from the same shoot. And it's like, what does that, if assuming that's the main character of the book, does that main character literally never change their clothes? Like, same shirt on all 3 covers is a terrible idea. The Westwick Witches is also kind of, it's basically the same cover 3 times over. They're definitely eye-catching. And sometimes that's all you need, but these would not be anything that I would, these would not be the kind of covers I would be looking for. Oh, I didn't get that those were different designers. Oh, there was something else Huel mentioned before he escaped, a place called Dahab. The room fell utterly quiet. Annis looked up, her eyes wide with wonder, and then she and Cal looked at each other. Lauren had feared she might get only blank looks from them, but this was somehow worse. Was Dahab indeed the city she had seen in her dream? And if so, how had she seen it? What was happening to her? That is quite a detail, said Cal. Why did you not tell us that when you first mentioned the tale? It has been a long night, said Lauren. It slipped my mind. Is there anything else that slipped your mind? I would rather not deal with any more surprises this eve. Is there anything else that slipped your mind? Surprise is not healthy for the elderly, and tonight has turned the last of my beard gray. I like that line, actually. Hey, what's up, Sim Lover? What genre are you writing in again, 6-6? I forget. Lauren shook her head quickly. That is all. Cal studied her for a moment, and then he threw the letter down. He began to pull at his beard while Annis leaned surreptitiously over the table, trying to see the letter. I think that Damaris is in Dahab, said Lauren. I think that this letter was for her. I wish to go there and capture her. A loud snort erupted from Cal as though by accident, so loud that for a moment he dissolved into a fit of coughing. I'm in no mood for your games tonight, girl. You propose a perilous mission led by little more than a far guess. Hello, Xenon Quark. Sci-fi, dystopian, dark fantasy, so like a little bit of a Dark Tower thing going on, 6-6? Oh, nice, Sim Lover. A loud snort erupted from Cal as though by accident, so loud that for a moment he dissolved into a fit of coughing. Do not be ridiculous. You propose a perilous mission led by little more than a far guess. Damaris is not even of interest to us now. Rogan is the greater threat. You do not even know anything of Dahab. She had gone this far, and so there seemed little sense in restraining herself. The visions in her dream had proven correct. A city of gold. It is built around a waterfall, is it not? Cal rolled his eyes. Very well, you have heard of it, but the rest of what I said holds true. This is the best chance we have seen, said Lauren. Damaris is there. I can feel it. After our confrontation in the Great Rock, she went to ground, and there she has remained ever since. She must be in Dahab. And furthermore, it makes sense to pursue her. She worked with Rogan and with the Shades. When the attack on the seat failed, Rogan and his soldiers would have needed somewhere to hide, and somewhere to help hide them. And someone to help hide them. Who better than the family Yaren, and Damaris in particular? Finding her could lead to him. It seems to me that this is but the first step in the mission you set before me. Pardon me if I do not trust in your feelings, said Cal. I have only ever trusted information from reliable sources, and I will not change that now. Gotcha, 6-6. Well, those covers seem like they might work for you pretty well, then. Lauren shook her head and leaned over the table. Where do you get such information? From your spies. You have them across all the 9 kingdoms, do you not? Let me be one of them. It is better than sitting here idle as I have ever since I arrived. Annalyn did not raise me up so that I could languish away here. But she had gone too far at last, for Cal shot to his feet and slammed both hands on the table. Do not bandy the High King's name about here as though you are her kin, you upstart little shit. She appointed you the Nightblade so that you could follow my orders, and that is what you will do. His fury almost made her quail, and for a moment she saw not Cal but her father, and his meaty fists clenched by her sides. She shook away the image. I don't know that Cal would swear. It feels wrong. Like, shit is a word that exists in Underrealm, but Cal just doesn't seem the sort who would use it. You upstart little sow. She appointed you the Nightblade so that you could follow my orders, and that is what you will do. His fury almost made her quail, and for a moment she saw not Cal, but her father, and his meaty fists clenched by her side. She shook away the image. Her father was not here, he was dead, and she would never flinch before an angry old man again. Before the High King brought me into her service, I always acted on my own. It is what I did during that time that made me valuable enough that she desired my assistance in the first place. Cal roared so loud that a fleck of his spit splashed upon her cheek. No, what you did during that time led to the death of Jordell. She froze. Cal had made no move towards her, had not made to hit her as her father had, yet she felt as though she had been struck in the gut, and a far harder blow than she ever suffered at home in the birchwood. She felt a stinging at the back of her eyes, and she fought it away. Cal would not get the satisfaction of seeing her weep, but he seemed to know how deeply he had hurt her, for he wore a grim smile and leaned back. Though he did not smile, she thought she saw a grim satisfaction in his eyes as he leaned back. Did you ever consider that mayhap Enelin brought you into her service so that she, or someone, and I suppose the duty is now mine, could keep an eye on you? Left to your own devices, you helped Zane escape the law and then escape Jordell. Beside you, he flew... by your side... By your side, he fled halfway across Underrealm. Oh, thank you, Fallen Clown. Never not marketing. Hey, Haji. It was, Xenon. That free book there, Nightblade, has been #1 on the Amazon list 3 times? 2 or 3 times. Definitely 2. Yeah, that's a rough one, 6-6. For sci-fi, it's definitely less common to have the main character on the cover. So... By your side, he fled halfway across Underrealm. Because of you, Jordell was banished from his order. My order, I should say, and then he died for it. You do not need to be left to run free. You need someone who knows what they are doing to instruct you, and darkness take you, you must heed those instructions. It is even in the name you have been given. You call yourself Nightblade. A blade is a tool, a knife in the hand to be wielded, not some thrice-damned hero of legend. Lauren wanted to answer him. Nightblade was no one's tool. Menet had never been a tool, and Menet had never been a tool, he had been his own man. And had she not always desired to be Menet? But words would not come, not because she could not think of them, but because they would not emerge past the tightness of her throat, and if she forced them to, they would come with tears. She would not allow that in his presence. In the silence that had consumed the room, it was Annis who saved her by speaking up at last. If she is a tool, then use her. That is a tool's purpose, is it not? To be used. Honed. I have traveled with Lauren almost since the beginning of her travels. Have I mentioned that we traveled? I've walked beside Lauren almost since the beginning of her travels. I know her as a girl far more capable than many give her credit for when first they meet her. You sent her to the High King's seat with little more than a message to deliver. In turn, she saved the Lord Prince, the High King, and all the 9 kingdoms. She may surprise you again, but she will learn nothing and serve no purpose if she stays here in Ammon. Cal glanced at her. Nor will she learn anything if she gets herself gutted in some back alley in Dahab. You may have your uses, girl, but that does not mean I hold you in much higher regard than the upstart here. Yet you need a spy to investigate this information, said Annis, and by sending Lauren, you may solve 2 problems at once, for she will need a party of mystics to accompany her. She looked at him steadily as she said it, and when he looked to her, they shared a long moment of silence. It seemed to Lauren that something passed between them, something she could not understand. Finally, Cal gave a frustrated growl and turned back to Lauren. Very well, he said, but there will be rules. Vow to obey them and I will send you. Refuse and you can stay locked in your bedchamber until you rot. Lauren lifted her chin. What rules? You will do nothing foolish, said Cal. That means you will not take any action. Real meaningful action, I mean, without consulting me first by letter. You will go to Dahab to see if Damaris is there. If she is, you will send word, and you will only send word. You will take no action against her in Dahab without my express approval and guidance. The thought of finding Damaris there and then not capturing her felt as though it grated on Lauren's very soul, but if she did not agree, she would be forced to stay here. Very well, said Lauren. I vow I will obey you to the letter. Cal snorted. To the letter. Very well. We are done here and you may take your dramatics elsewhere. It is late. Girl, I shall not need you any longer. He waved Annis off. He turned to his desk in the corner. Boom. Done chapter, motherfucker. I think that symbols like that are really awesome and amazing. I just am not particularly good at like thinking them up. But symbols are amazing just because they become, they're something that your reader can like participate in. Like, not that this is necessarily going to happen, but like your reader can design their own shirt with that symbol on it, or like your reader can draw it or something like that. Like when you have a symbol like that, you inspire fan creation. Which like one of the stated express aims of my covers is to create characters that my readers will want to cosplay at live events. Like, I cannot wait until the first time I go to a convention and I see somebody cosplaying one of my characters. And that's why they are very distinctive on the covers. Like, I want them to see what kind of shirt they're wearing and what color it is, what kind of coat, what kind of cloak, the whole fucking deal. Because I want people to cosplay at an event. That's a lot more involved than just a symbol. But like, if you do have that whole symbol thing, then people can use the symbol as part of their enjoyment of the books and your universe and everything like that. I will absolutely scream. Chapter 19. No one waited in the nearby hallways. Once they were out of earshot of the guards, Lauren drew Annis aside. I am sorry, she said. I should not have asked to pursue Damaris without speaking with you first. Annis shook her head slowly. She looked as though she were gazing at something behind Lauren, but there was nothing there to see. There was no time. And besides, I think you are right to do this. I think my mother is a worthier target of the king's justice than Rogan would be. I've had my reservations about pursuing him for some time. Even if we should catch him and execute him, I do not know how much it will accomplish. Yes, there are rumors of his exploits across the 9 kingdoms, of course, but to most of the kings and nobles he is utterly unknown. But my mother, yes, if my mother was brought low, that would truly give pause to the mighty across the 9 kingdoms. Of course, Cal may not wish to anger my family even further than they already... Lauren put a hand on her shoulder, and Anna stopped abruptly. Her gaze focused on Lauren as though she were just waking up. I'm sorry, was I babbling? Lauren smiled sadly and gripped her shoulder a bit tighter. No one could blame you for being hesitant to pursue her. Damaris will be treated fairly, Annis. Mayhap not mercifully, but fairly. Yes, said Annis. Tears welled up. She stepped closer to Lauren, who put an arm around her shoulders and held her tighter. Annis did not return the embrace, but she put her head on Lauren's shoulder. I know. And I know that I must sound like a monster saying these things of my own kin. Yet is this not why I wish to escape with you in the first place? I have known since I was a child that Mother's ways were evil and that she must be brought to justice, but that has only recently become a possibility. I suppose I have been trying to steel myself for it to happen. I fear I have done a poor job. You have done marvelously, said Lauren, rubbing her arm. I am with you and will help see you safely through this. I know, whispered Annis. One shaky arm came up to wrap around Lauren's waist. Thank you. Lauren pushed her back a bit. All of that having been said, I should warn you this will likely be perilous. It may make sense for you to remain in Ammon while we pursue her. Cal will certainly want your counsel. Anna shook her head at once. No, I must be there to face her when she is brought down, the same way I was there in the mountains to confront her. I did not ask to be a Yaren, but still I am one of them, and it is my duty to see their evil put to rest. Hello, Hide Yoshi. Hide Yoshi. Chat in Comic Sans. That sounds like its own particular brand of hell, Xenon Quark. Despite herself, Lauren chuckled, and Cal says I am one for dramatics. But very well. If you can convince Cal, I would be happy to stand by your side. Thrice we have been separated, and each time I have missed you worse. I will never by my own choosing part ways with you again. I swear it by the sky. And I, said Annis. Then she put her hands on her hips. But as for convincing Cal, why should I need to? I am not in his service. Cal gave an uneasy look back in the direction of Cal's council chamber. I wonder if he would agree. It turned out that Cal did not agree. When Annis came to him with her proposal to accompany Lauren on her mission, he raged for almost an hour at her foolishness. From the way Annis described it to Lauren afterwards, she bore it all patiently until it seemed clear that Cal was only ranting to hear himself shout. Then she slammed her foot on the floor, and when the slap of it shocked Cal to silence, she said, I've never entered your service. I've never entered the High King's service. I am pledged to no one at all, in fact. And though I have taken your room and board, I think I have provided counsel enough to pay that back several times over while I have dwelt here. So unless you wish to tie me up and throw me in one of your dungeons, I will accompany Lauren of my own free will. Cal scowled and complained a bit more, but in the end she spoke only the truth, and his anger may have been mostly for show because he gifted her a horse from his stables for the journey. The morning after they pursued Hewell from the stronghold, Jem came to find Lauren. At first he only acted as though he was bored and looking for something to do, but he hovered around, and often she caught him studying her with worry in his eyes. Therefore she found an excuse to send Chet away, and when they were alone she fixed the boy with a look. What is it, Jem? You are hovering about me like a fly over rotting fruit. An insect, damn I, said Jem, sniffing. I thought I had earned better than petty insults. Lauren rolled her eyes. I'm sure you will survive the slight to your honor. Tell me what troubles you. It is... Jem glanced at the door to Lauren's chamber nervously and then leaned forwards to whisper. It is the mage stone I saw you eat. Lauren blanched. Of course, she should have known he would come to her. I asked you not to speak of that, she said. Not to others, of course, but Lauren. I have seen what they can do. To wizards, she said quickly. I do not have the gift of magic. And so I thought the stones would have no effect upon you at all, said Jem, but it seems that that is not the case. Lauren sighed and cocked her head, thinking for a moment of how to explain it best, and also how to do so quickly, for Chet would soon return. You know that Jordell and I often took counsel together, alone, yes, she said. I remember, said Jem softly. And you know also that my dagger has been something of interest to me since before you and I met. Jem snorted. If by interest you mean you treasure it enough to nearly get yourself killed. Well, in our time together, Jordell taught me some of the secrets of the dagger. I cannot tell them all now, but when I met the elves, they showed me one more of the dagger's secrets. When I eat a mage stone and place my hand upon the hilt, I can see in the dark, as though it were day, mayhap even better. The boy's eyes went wide until she thought they might pop from his head. An eager grin stole across his face. Really? He whispered. That is astounding. What a tool for a master thief. But then his expression fell to doubt. Yet if it means you must eat mage stones. I have eaten them ever since that night in Dorsey, said Lauren. Not very often, 4 times in all, and each time only half a stone, broken in half and dissolved on my tongue. Have you seen me descend to madness? I am not a wizard, Jem. They do not do me harm the way they did to Zane. Eagerness claimed him again. But then this is wondrous, he cried. This is fantastic. What a thrilling addition to the tale of the Nightblade. A dagger that lets you... No, she said sharply, shutting him up at once. No one must ever know of my dagger. No one. Not even Cal and the mystics. Not even the ones who travel with us. That is another tale I cannot tell you now, but you must trust me on this, and you must never mention the dagger. To her surprise, Jem narrowed his eyes and nodded conspiratorially. Very well. Mayhap that is even better. If they do not know it is because of the blade, that is all the more impressive. A girl, a woman, I should say, who can see in the dark and... He paused, frowning. What else did you say it could do? Sky above, she muttered, shoving him by the shoulder towards the door. That is enough for now. Off with you and forget all that we have discussed. You-wee! Off with you and forget all that we have discussed here, except that you must not speak of the blade. Yeah. Well, when you watch me write the fifth book in the series, you can't really complain about spoilers. 6X. I'm sorry, but like. Off with you and forget all that we have discussed here, except that you must not speak of the blade. Secrecy is my specialty, my lady, said Jem, giving her a bow at the door. He threw the latch, but paused just before he left, grinning at her. And it seems it is yours as well, Nightblade, master of shadows. Lauren reached for a shoe to fling at him, but he ran off down the hall, cackling. He did not even close the door behind him. Gonna refill my coffee. Chapter 19 done, by the way. Burb. Oh, chapter 20. To Lauren's immense disappointment, it turned out Nia was never gay after all. No, 20. To Lauren's immense disappointment, it took them days more to ready for the journey. As with Zane on the seat, she spent her time studying maps and learning the routes to reach Dahab. She did her planning with Annis rather than Cal. The Grand Chancellor did not see fit to provide any advice nor compel Lauren to spend any more time with him than necessary, and for that she was grateful. Alright, see you, Xenon. Dahab was an old city in the south of Feldamar. It had once been the kingdom's capital. It was also the ancestral home of the family Yaren, and had been as far as anyone could remember or discover in tomes of history. Fat with wealth and power, Dahab exerted its influence over all 9 kingdoms, though ostensibly it still served the king of Feldamar, who dwelt in the city of Yota farther to the west. At this time of year, the roads there would be hard. They would be crossing the heart of Feldamar, a dense jungle where bogs and marshes could trap the unwary. Indeed, throughout the 9 kingdoms, Feldamar was thought of as a particularly wild place. Its kings through the centuries had built and maintained roads as best they could, but the land fought them at every turn. And without many wide stone roads to carry troops, supplies, and the king's law, the kingdom was more akin to a collection of villages scattered across the wide and wild landscape. Sometimes lesser lords would claim rule over one part of it or another, disregarding royal decree or birthright. As long as taxes still made their way to Yota, the king rarely put forth much effort to suppress them. Thus, small conflicts of territory and dominance often raged across Feldamar, fought in bitter skirmishes of only a few dozen soldiers at a time in the wet and marshy underbrush that covered much of the landscape. The podcast? You mean my Sunday podcast, Fallen Clown? I do it on Sundays. If you're talking about if you're talking about this on Twitch, I do it every day except Sunday. Sometimes I do it on Sunday, too. But the wealth and power in the city of Dahab kept it free from such infighting. War was only good for business when it was fought on a grand scale, and Feldamar's petty border squabbles contributed little. The family Yaren had enough coin to maintain order by any means necessary, all in the name of commerce. I feel like that should be "and all in the name of commerce." The family Yaren had enough coin to maintain order by any means necessary. Their own guards were above such work, but whenever bandits grew too bold, the Yarens would hire mercenaries to root them out of their jungle holes for the slaughter, and all in the name of commerce. Therefore, the roads Lauren would take would be mostly free of bandits and highwaymen. Lauren and her party would face only natural dangers on their journey, and those were none too perilous. As for the party itself, Annis informed Lauren that she would be sent out with the same mystics who had accompanied her to Ammon in the first place. That recalled to Lauren's mind that Annis had said something to Cal about solving two problems at once, and she asked what it had meant, but Annis avoided her gaze and equivocated. Ammon was never meant to hold so many soldiers at once, she said. It is a constant chore to keep it supplied, and every hungry mouth removed from it makes the job easier. But Lauren knew that when they left the fortress, they would take enough food with them for the journey, and so that seemed a poor explanation. Yet Annis would say nothing more. On the morning of the second day after their confrontation with Huel, Lauren awoke early and could not return to sleep. After tossing and turning for some time, she sighed and gave it up. She was thankful, at least, that she had not been woken by one of her dreams. While Chet snored peacefully, she put on her clothes and made her way to the stronghold walls. At first she had no particular aim in her wandering, but she soon found herself on the southwestern end of the fortress, looking out at the lands that fell away until they reached the jungle on the horizon. The sky grew lighter with every passing moment and would already have turned from gray to pink if it were not for the thick clouds overhead that threatened rain. Yeah, that's not... I don't even consider that too much of a spoiler, 6-6. I tell people very freely that Chet shows up again later in the series. I'll even tell you when. He shows up at the end of book 3. Lauren studied the lush green before her. Soon she would ride out across those lands in the very direction she was looking now until she reached the city that she had seen only in her dreams. She heard footsteps on the wall behind her, slow and easy. What wakes the Nightblade so early in the day? Naya's voice made Lauren swallow and take a moment to compose herself, but even as she hesitated, the mystic came and leaned on the wall just next to her, so close that their elbows ended up pressed against each other. Through the thin wool of her sleeve, Lauren could feel the warmth of the other woman's bare arm. I do not know, said Lauren. I awoke for no reason. Wool? Fabric, maybe. I don't think she'd be wearing a wool blouse. I do not know, said Lauren. I awoke for no reason. Not another dream, then, said Naya. I heard that a nightmare came upon you recently. Lauren shook her head. No dreams today, at least none I remember. Naya nodded. Lauren glanced at her, but the woman kept her gaze trained on the landscape. How did you know about Huel? Said Naya. Lauren floundered. What? Why do you ask? Because I do not know the answer, said Naya, smirking. At first I assumed that Cal had had you watch him, but when we returned to Ammon and the Grand Chancellor did not believe your tale, I realized that Huel's betrayal was a surprise even to him. So then I wondered, how did you know when Cal suspected nothing? Hey, what's up, Bodegazilla? Yeah, I got some new faces in, too. Yay, new people. Lauren shrugged, but that made their arms rub together. She thought about shifting so that they were no longer touching, but she held her place for the moment. Huel had a suspicious look to him. Naya smirked. Do not most people look suspicious? Many would say that I have an odd look to me. Lauren looked at her. I have not decided about you yet, but I have seen nothing to make me suspect you. Should I? I've not decided about you yet, but I've seen nothing to make me suspect you. Should I? The mystic's smile grew broader, and she nodded as though conceding a point. Very well, but there's another reason I came to speak with you after I saw you brooding here on the wall. I've been told that I and the other mystics who came here to Ammon with you have been assigned to accompany you on your next mission. Yes, said Lauren. That arm touch. Oh, Haji, have you seen the new cover? You haven't seen the new cover. There it is. There's the new cover, the Weremage cover. Once again, Haji is the first person who ever drew this character, and she nailed it so well. It was so good. And anyway, now the character is officially on the cover, and this is my favorite cover. This is my favorite cover. Absolutely, just no question. Just like far and away. It's amazing. And Haji, Haji's artwork really helped me sort of solidify the look, that I was going for. So anyway, that's a new character, 6-6. That's a new character from the book Weremage. You won't meet her until you read Weremage. Okay, so this conversation needs to change ever so slightly, just because we changed something earlier in the book. Ugh. That first picture is pretty amazing. Didn't we put a command? I think we put a command in for it. Yeah, there we go. That's Haji's work. Isn't that great, 6-6? It's not super crazy or like hardcore 6-6. Sorry, Xenon. It's the main character Lauren and that character that you just saw on the cover, Naya, and they're both naked, and Lauren is sitting on Naya's back while Naya does a push up. So it's not like it's more cute, but they are both naked, and so I prefer to put a big fat warning sign that then people are like, oh, that's not so bad, rather than go, oh, this is slightly not safe for work, and then somebody's like, oh, what? And then like I would rather overstate the not safe for workness of it. At this point in the story, she's 16, Fallen Clown. I know, right? Isn't that great, 6-6? Oh my god, 6-6. Nice side. Company on your next mission. Yes, said Lauren. Naya sighed. It sounded like relief. That is good. As I've mentioned, I feel you are safer in my hands than in others. A deep flush crept up Lauren's neck. You mistake the way of things. I am the one leading the expedition. Can you tell me where we are bound? Cal did not tell you? The mystic snorted. Cal did not even tell me that I was assigned to you. That news came down through the chain of command. She could see no harm in it. We make for Dahab to gather information for Cal's plans. I see, said Naya, nodding. And did Cal assign me to you, or did you request my presence? Lauren felt the red creeping into... The red had begun to seep from her cheeks, but now Lauren felt it return anew. I do not know what you mean. Naya rolled her eyes. Very well, if you wish me to couch my meaning behind other words, did you request my squadron of mystics? I requested nothing, said Lauren, in either direction. I did not request for you to come with me or to remain here. The decision was Cal's. You do not care either way, then? Said Naya, smirking again. I have not spent much thought on it. The smirk turned into a grin. When will you stop pretending that you do not think about me, just as you know I think about you? Lauren flushed a deeper red, but she held the woman's gaze. I have not pretended anything of the sort, yet you, in turn, know that Chet loves me and I him. Naya did not look away. She only edged a little closer. And what do I care about love? This is wartime, and I'm not looking for a wife, only a pair of green eyes and everything beneath them. Neither of them moved for a long moment. Lauren was not sure which way she wished to move, or rather she was torn between what she wished to do in some sense of duty, obligation. She was not certain, but in the end she stepped away from Naya. The spark in the air faded to nothing. No, she said. What you seek is not important. What Chet and I have agreed to is. Oh, said Naya, who did not look put off in the least. She folded her arms. Those thick, thrice damned arms, thought Lauren. And what have you agreed to? You have discussed such things? I think that's a capital T, because it's like a dialogue. It's not the scene. Nothing happens. Nothing happens between these characters in the book, okay? Not in this book. I'll just say that. Spoiler alert. This stream is not going to turn not safe for work. Oh, said Naya, who did not look put off in the least. She folded her arms. Those thick, thrice damned arms, thought Lauren. And what have you agreed to? You have discussed such things? Not in such detail, said Lauren. Yet I know what would hurt him and what would not. Naya growled in frustration and looked away. Do you think he knows anything of hurt? I suppose I should expect such foolishness from youth. You will learn eventually that young love rarely ages as well as either of the parties involved. The words came surprisingly harsh and bitter, but the vicious look on Naya's face melted away as quickly as it had come, and she summoned a sad smile, though it seemed forced. I speak from passion and not wisdom, she said. Forgive me. It is your decision, of course, and if you wish to remain true to a boy who... Well, he can hardly know what he is about, can he? But now I must return to my duties. Farewell until our journey together begins. She turned and ambled off down the ramparts towards the western tower. Lauren felt confused and more than a little restless. Restless. She looked out across the landscape again, but it no longer held such attraction as when she had first arrived. So she made her way down the stairs instead and through the hallways back to her chamber. Chet sat at the edge of the bed, looking as though he had just woken. His hair was mussed, and he rubbed sleep from one eye with the back of his hand. Good morn. She threw her cloak upon the floor. Shush, she said. Shush, she said. Ah, shush. She suddenly became Sean Connery. Chet sat at the edge of the bed looking as though he had just woken. His hair was mussed and he rubbed sleep from one eye with the back of his hand. Good morn. Shush. Lauren threw her cloak upon the floor and pushed him back down upon the bed, and they did not speak for some time. Afterwards he lay breathless beside her. Sky above, he muttered. Lauren smiled, but it quickly faded. He saw it and propped himself up on one elbow. What is it? What is wrong? What could she tell him? He had said often enough what he thought of Naya. Anything Lauren could tell him that was close to the truth would only turn his distrust to anger, and just before they all set out on a journey together. It would not do to have them battling with each other the whole way to Dahab, and if their tempers got the better of them once they reached the city, that could be disastrous. One thing at least was close enough to the truth. I am worried about the road ahead, she said. Just as with Huel, I saw it in my dreams. It is unsettling, to say the least. Haji, do you do audiobooks? Do you listen to audiobooks ever? Mayhap your dreams are trying to guide you, he said. Though I know it comes at a price, for the terror of your visions is plain to see. This could yet be a gift. Lauren looked away. A gift? Hardly. Not all of us can see what is to come in days ahead. She looked up into his eyes. I do not see our fate. Do you understand? Sometimes I see things from the past, only they are twisted and horrible. Other times I see things that do not come to pass and could not. This is not prophecy. No one has that power. I only see clues, hints, things that can help me guide in things that can help guide me in what to do, and mayhap what to avoid doing. The sight of his slashed throat flashed through her mind. Slashed and flashed. Flashed and slashed, and she shed. Shush, she shed. Okay, Haji. The sight of his slit throat flashed through her mind, and she craned her neck as she felt the phantom pain of Jem's teeth at her neck. Chet had gone solemn. Lauren feared he might ask her again about her visions, even after she had asked him to trust her. But he only said, "And what must you avoid doing?" She gave him a smile and leaned forwards to kiss him before pushing him upon his back once more. Not certainly, she said. Not this, certainly, she said as she climbed atop him. Chapter 21. Done with chapter 20, motherfucker. 2 more chapters and we're halfway through. Chapter 21. No trumpets blared when they set forth from Ammon, and there was no assembly of troops in the courtyard to see them off. They received even less of a parting ceremony than they had upon the seat. Only Cal was there to bid them farewell, his hood drawn up against the rain. He wore his cloak of red, but the mystics who accompanied Lauren had stowed their own cloaks in their saddlebags and wore plain brown. The success of their mission relied upon secrecy, and it would not do for a party of mystics to be seen making their way across the kingdom. As Lauren gained the saddle atop midnight, Cal gripped her ankle. She looked down at him, bracing herself for a final biting remark, but he only said, "Remember your vow to me, girl." She softened somewhat and nodded. "I will. I believe it." Then he stepped closer, and his voice dropped so that Lauren had to stoop to hear it. "Forgive what I said in anger and after too much wine. Jordel's death was not your doing. He was his own man." Lauren could not reply for a moment, and she blinked hard as she drew her hood up against the rain. "He was that," she said at last. A single guard at the final gate marked their passing, and before midday Ammon was lost from sight behind them. Naya and Lauren led the procession. Chet followed just behind Lauren and to her side, almost as if he was ready to spur his horse between her and Naya at a moment's notice. Lauren saw, but she made no mention of it. The last thing she wished to do was call attention to the rapidly growing divide between him and the mystic. They stayed on the main road all that day and camped within sight of it that evening, but early on the second day they split off onto a less traveled path that plunged straight into the heart of the wilderness. If they were lucky and the weather not too harsh, the side roads would only cost them 2 days on the journey, and it would be that much harder for the family Yaren to observe their approach. But the sky did not cooperate. On the third day they were blasted by the heaviest rainstorm Lauren had ever seen in her life. It forced them from the road to ride beneath the trees, and even that did little to shield them. Naya called them to a halt long before the sun had gone down. The storm did not pass the next day or the next. They had underestimated the fury of Feldamar's winters, and the journey became a cheerless affair. After the second night camping in the rain, Sheehan let them build a fire against the weather. No one will be able to see its glow through this storm. Yeah, that's fine. After the second night camping in the rain, she and let them build a fire against the weather. No one will be able to see its glow through this storm unless they have almost stumbled upon us already, she said, and secrecy will do us no good if we freeze to death. Lauren was surprised that they even could build a fire in such weather, but Uzo set about with sticks and leaves and built a little shelter against the rain. He did it effortlessly, and though it looked a flimsy thing, it did not rock in the wind, and it kept the rain from dousing the wood. We learned this trick as children, he said, the first time Jem praised him for it. The boy had scooted up close to the fire, practically sticking his frozen hands right into it. These storms come every year, and there's nothing to be done about them. The world cannot stop to appease the sky's anger, and so those who travel in such weather must learn how to endure it. One morning when the storm was particularly fierce, Naya commanded them to remain camped there for the day. When Lauren objected, Naya shook her head firmly. "We are at your command, Nightblade, but it would be foolhardy to press on through this. The winds might pick us up and carry us away, and besides, the horses will tire themselves to death against such a battering." And besides, the horses will tire themselves to death against such a battering. Let us hope that one day's rest will not make any great difference. She found a place in the jungle where the trees kept off the worst of the rain, and there she commanded the mystics to drill. Uzo and Jormund practiced against each other. Lauren marveled at how Uzo, though he was far smaller than Jormund, was able to keep up by using his speed and skill as much as his spear. Though young, he seemed a most capable warrior. She was not surprised that he had survived the battle on the seat. Jem followed along with the two of them for a while, off to the side, until Weeth took pity and practiced his sword forms with him. She stood apart from the rest, practicing her archery against a tree. Lauren stayed with them for a while, but she had no interest in training. Instead, she returned to her tent, which Chet had never left, and fumed to him. "Here we sit, helpless against the weather," she said, trying without success to wring the water from her clothes. "Some agents of the High King we have proven ourselves." "I do not know that I think this is so terrible a thing as you seem to," said Chet, grinning at her. "I can imagine many fates worse than being trapped in a tent with you for days on end." Lauren scowled and slapped his shoulder. The 6th day was the worst yet, but at Lauren's insistence, Naya commanded them to press on. They had already lost too much time, and a day of rest had filled them all with an urgency to keep moving. But the road grew worse and worse, and their horses kept slipping in the mud. They had to ride upon a riverbank for almost 2 hours straight, and the footing was so uncertain that they almost lost Jormund into the floodwaters. Naya called them to a halt hours before sundown, and the frustration in the camp was palpable as they all built their tents. Soon afterwards, they sat around the fire, staring into its licking flames, saying nothing. Out of all the party, Weeth had seemed the least affected by the sour mood. Now she looked around the fire and gave a low chuckle. "A sorry lot we all look, and all for the sake of a little unpleasant weather." "I would call this more than a little unpleasant," said Jormund. The big man's broad shoulders were hunched over his bread and meat to keep them dry. He tore another chunk of his loaf with his teeth. But Jem seemed to appreciate Weeth's attempt to lighten the mood, or else he was still grateful for how she had practiced swordplay with him, for he smiled at her. "I do not know about that. I grew up in a city that would become filthy in the summer, so that the smell of it pervaded the countryside all around. During those times, I would have welcomed a storm such as this to clean out the gutters and the back alleys." "As you say," said Weeth, smiling in turn. "I think the kingdom of Idris would welcome a storm such as this to soak their lands. They have lain dry and barren for generations beyond count." "Indeed," said Jem, puffing out his chest. He raised his voice, shouting into the storm that still pelted them. "In fact, I am glad to be in such a storm as this, and not back in Ammon where I could be warm and dry." But from across the fire, Uzo snorted. "I do not love the storm, but I am glad to be gone from that place. Darkness take it. Better these wild lands than all the old guard staring down their noses at us." A cold snap seemed to rush through the camp. Weeth and Shiun went stone still, looking at Uzo in shock. Naya sat up straight from her place by the fire and slammed her wooden plate down upon the ground. Lauren tensed, though she was not entirely sure what was wrong. "Enough of that talk, Uzo," said Naya. "We are all of us mystics, old and new. I will not have you bring division to our ranks." Uzo glowered down, avoiding her. Uzo avoided her gaze. Beside him, Lauren saw that Jormund, too, was scowling, though he did not speak in Uzo's defense. "Am I understood?" said Naya. "Yes, Captain," said Uzo, though no one could miss the reluctance in his voice. Naya stared at him a moment longer as if daring him to look up. Weeth looked ashamed on Uzo's behalf, which was well, Lauren supposed, since Uzo did not look ashamed in the slightest. Jormund's face had gone a shade darker, as though he barely restrained himself from an outburst. At last Weeth cleared her throat. I spoke in jest before, of course. This storm can take itself back to whatever pit in the darkness it crawled out of. Jormund let loose a long, low sigh. And do you... Jormund let loose a long, low sigh. He looked up and forced a smile as though determined to forget the discomfort of a moment ago. And do you notice how it only started after our journey began and grows stronger the farther south we travel? It is as though this mission is elf-cursed. Weath chuckled easily. I doubt the elves care one way or another about a party such as ours. But Uzo's scowl deepened and he shook his head. Elves. Do you all believe in such tales? Uzo, said Naya in a warning tone. Lauren looked at him in confusion. What do you mean? He met her gaze, unflinching. You mean you believe in elves as well? Uzo, barked Naya. His eyes flashed as he met her gaze at last. Can I not speak my mind on something so trivial, Captain? Or does your order to silence extend even to superstitious tales? Or does your order for silence extend even to my disbelief of superstitious tales? Now I was about to answer. But Weath spoke first, cocking her head. Do you mean to tell me that you do not even think elves are real? Uzo turned to her, his glare softening somewhat. Of course not. No one but the witless would think so. Lauren did not even know what to say to such a thing. She looked at Chet and Annis beside her. They both raised their brows and shrugged. But Jem looked between Uzo and Lauren, his brow furrowed as though he were suddenly unsure. Naya spoke, a contemptuous smile playing at her lips. Uzo is a farm boy from here in Feldamar. From the north, are you not? Uzo stared at her and gave a slow nod. Naya shook her head at the rest of them. He is practically an outlander. Elves rarely trouble that part of the world, and as a result, many of their elders have begun to forget. But Uzo rolled his eyes. They've forgotten nothing. They only stopped believing campfire stories. Do you ever notice how every time a story is told about elves, it is always a tale of someone far away? And always, too, it happened a long time ago. Who has seen an elf in living memory? Have you, Captain? Naya did not answer. Uzo looked around the camp, but no one spoke up. Lauren felt a curious burning in her breast, a heat that crawled its way up the back of her neck. She realized suddenly that her hands were clenched to fists. Chet put a hand on her arm in warning, but she ignored it. I have, she said. That sent the whole camp into silence. Jem and Annis looked at each other nervously while Chet ducked his gaze. It sounded like a boast, and she had not meant that. The mystics all stared at her in wonder, even Uzo, who clearly had not expected to be challenged. She said something wrong. That's not what happened. Yeah. Wow. Little details. Yes, there is more, said Lauren. One night when we traveled across Dorsey, I woke while the moons were still high. When I rose, I saw Chet had been charmed into slumber, and a party of elves surrounded our camp. There we go. It sounded like a boast, and she had not meant that. The mystics all stared at her in wonder, even Uzo, who clearly had not expected to be challenged, but he recovered quickly, shaking his head. What do you mean? He said. You cannot mean that you have seen them. You heard from someone else. I saw them, said Lauren, with my own eyes, as close as you and I are now. Closer, in fact. His nostrils flared in anger. Then tell the tale of it. Explain yourself if you are so wise in the way of such things. I do not know that I need to follow your orders, Uzo, she said. Uzo's anger became a smirk. I thought not. By all the tales that are told of elves, if you had seen them, you would be dead. But Weeth shook her head. That is not true. There are all sorts of tales about elves, and the only thing they agree upon is that you can never tell what they will do. Sometimes they will kill everyone in sight. Sometimes they will walk straight into the middle of a campsite, or even a city, if some tales can be believed, and kill one person. Just one. A king or a peasant, or even a babe. Once they decide you must die, you die. Other times they leave you be. That is the great terror of the elves, that no one can know what they might do, and that there is no escaping their wrath if they turn it upon you. She turned to Lauren then. This explains much, she said. I knew there was something odd about you from the moment we met on that ship in Brecker. It is something in your eyes. I've never seen its like before, but I have heard it can be a sign of those who are elf-touched. Lauren frowned. Others have said much the same thing. The Lord Prince even remarked upon it. I thought it was only their color. That seems to catch most people's attention easily enough. Weeth shook her head quickly. It is not only that. Wizards like me can see it more easily than most, but it is clear to all if you know what to look for. Look at her, Uzo. You can see it, can you not? Uzo stared at Lauren for a moment, and Lauren saw recognition dawn upon him, but he turned sullenly away. I see only a pair of green eyes, he muttered. But Weeth looked at Lauren and gave her a little smile. Lauren tried to return it, but she felt suddenly out of place. Everyone around the campfire returned to their meal, studiously avoiding looking at her. Only a moment ago, Lauren had felt like a member of their company. If not a mystic herself, then at least a friend to this group of them. Now, though, other than Chet and Jem and Anna, she felt like an outsider, somehow apart from the rest of them and someone to be avoided. But one pair of eyes lingered. Naya still looked at her, and the mystic's face was a curious mix of trepidation and wonder. Do-do-do-do-do. Oh, balls. Chapter 21 done! All night long, all night, all night. If it wasn't already clear, Naya has a bit of the hots, bit of the hots. Has a small case of the hots for Lauren. Chapter 22. Lauren rose with the dawn the next morning and left the camp to relieve herself. When she had finished, she straightened up and drew her trousers up again. Just as she finished tying the drawstring, Naya stepped out from behind a tree, making Lauren jump. Good morning, Nightblade. Sky above, cried Lauren. What were you doing there? Were you watching me? Naya only rolled her eyes. We are on campaign, at least of a sort. There's little room for modesty in a war party. Do you think the rest of us cannot hear the grunts you and your lover let out when the moons are high? Lauren could feel herself turning a deep shade of red. I thought the sounds of the storm, but Naya cut her off with a sharp wave of her hand. Enough. I only came to ask you if it is true what you said last night about the elves. I'm no liar. They studied each other for a long moment, Naya searching for something in her eyes. At last she gave a small nod. Very well. I meant no offense, but it is a most unusual tale. Then again, much about you seems unusual, and mayhap this explains why. When did you see them? Lauren shrugged, a little put off. Sometime before I came to the seat, when I traveled east across Dorsey. Naya's shoulders slumped as though she had hoped for a different answer. I see. It was after the Great Rocks, then, when Jordell fell? Lauren cocked her head. Yes. Did you know him? No, I have only heard stories. Who does not know the exploits of the Nightblade, after all? Her look of burning curiosity faded, to be replaced by a familiar small smirk. In particular, they speak of the hatred between you and the merchant Damaris. Is that why you are so eager to pursue her to Dahab? I do not hate Damaris. I only wish to see her brought before the king's law. Oh, but she is worthy of hate, is she not? Said Naya, her grin taking on a feral quality. Her smirk taking on a feral quality. Many in the mystics have tales of the family Yeren, of their cruel dealings and the corpses that may be laid at their feet. Yet we only mean to capture Damaris. Would it not be easier to kill her? Does she not deserve it? A chill went through Lauren. That is not my duty. No doubt the king's law will deliver whatever sentence is just. Naya snorted. Mayhap. Yet if the end result will be her death, why should we not do it ourselves? She studied Lauren's face for a moment, but found no agreement there, and so she sighed and looked away. Oh, do not look at me so. I'm half jesting, after all. Though it would be cleaner, certainly. Lauren peered at her, a thought slowly forming. What did Damaris do to you? Naya's nostrils flared. I do not take your meaning. Whence came this thought? You have known from the start that we did not set out to kill her. I have never seen the woman before in my life. Naya shook her head and turned away, but not angrily. Rather, she looked like a woman who had just remembered something she had not meant to forget in the first place. The family Yeren, then, said Lauren. What are they to you? Naya turned back, and it was as though she had never been angry, and... Naya turned back, and it was as though she had never been angry at all. Nothing, Nightblade. Nothing more than an obstacle in our mission. Only sometimes I think the king's law is too slow, and in the name of justice it allows injustice to live too long. But though you may wish to believe differently, the mystics are not above assassination to achieve our ends. Lauren suppressed a shudder. She supposed it was no great surprise, but still it was not pleasant to hear. That is hardly honorable. Nor are those we are sometimes forced to kill. Yet if Cal wished Damaris dead, he would not have sent us. He would no doubt employ a Drayden. Then the whole affair would be taken care of with little fuss. The name of Drayden made Lauren pause and study the mystic more closely. What do you mean? Have you never heard of them? Said Naya, raising an eyebrow. That is odd. They are well known throughout all the Nine Lands. Herp-a-derp. I've heard of them, certainly, but I do not understand. Why would Cal employ one of them? Theirs is a dark name. So is the family Yarens, and yet we mystics have many dealings with them, said Naya. Her smile turned more feral. Too much feral. Do you know nothing of the Drayden killers? Lauren shook her head. They are assassins without peer. They work in the shadows and they never fail to eliminate their mark. Mostly they work for the benefit of the family Drayden itself, but sometimes they can be hired, though it takes a hefty weight of gold. But surely Cal... Lauren let her words trail off. She had almost said that Cal at least would not employ assassins, even if the mystics would. Yet before the thought could reach her lips, she knew it was foolish. Mayhap he would not do so lightly, but if he thought it were the only way to achieve an end, she did not think he would hesitate. She realized that Naya was studying her face as these thoughts raced through her mind. Poor little Nightblade, said the mystic. Her voice had gone quiet and held none of its usual veiled barbs. You are surrounded by dark deeds and darker times. Yet not all is darkness, said Lauren, lifting her chin, and the darkest night is still lit by the moons. And the darkest night is still lit by the moons. I knew a Drayden, Karad, your former Lord Chancellor. He proved his loyalty when he died, battling the shades within the High King's palace. Naya turned to the tree beside her and picked at it with her fingernails. I never... Yes, I never met him myself, and I had always heard he was a terror to the soldiers who served him, but he knew his duty. They let a long silence stretch between them, a respectful moment for the dead. Then Lauren cocked her head, remembering the night before. What did Uzo mean last night when he mentioned the old guard? Nothing, said Naya at once. He is young and newer to the mystics than some. Such a combination rarely breeds temperance. I have never had much temperance myself, said Lauren. But what did he mean? He said something else when we were in Ammon, something that turned your mood dour as it did last night. I will have an answer. Oh, you will you? A spark of mischief shone in Naya's eye, the jibe returning to her voice. But then she sighed and her expression grew more somber. Cal is of the old guard, and he assembles mystics to his side who share in his beliefs. For hundreds of years, the mystics have had one purpose, to preserve the king's law, and through it the 9 kingdoms. Of course, said Lauren, that is their purpose, is it not? It is, but some mystics have grown weary of that being our sole pursuit. Our order holds much power now over the 9 lands, not only because of our soldiers and the great number of wizards within our ranks, but because of our many connections to the wealthiest and most powerful families across the 9 kingdoms. Only in the order of mystics will you find Yarans and Dradens working side by side, as well as many members of the nobility. In our oaths we forsake all ties to the families whence we came, but in truth, blood is not so easy to cast aside. If all the mystics with powerful connections were to act in concert, united by some common purpose, we would be powerful indeed. Have you never heard the order called the 10th Kingdom? I have not, said Lauren. Her mind went racing back to the village of Strapa, where mystics had pursued her and Jordell as they searched for Zane. Derek, the leader of their pursuers, had also thought of the mystics as being of 2 kinds. He'd even slain one of his own soldiers. This one was a poison within our ranks, he had said, but Jordell had been furious with him, for he believed that all were equal to who wore the red cloak. But still I do not understand, said Lauren, shaking her head. You say that they are not happy with their duty, but what else is there? Nothing, said Naya. There is nothing else. Do not be coy with me, said Lauren. What do they wish to do? You say they have influence and could wield it. To what end? There is no end, said Naya. They are aimless, unhappy with their state of affairs, but with no plan to improve upon it. And do not worry, Nightblade. You will never find me being coy with you. That made Lauren's cheeks burn, but, too, she could sense that Naya still withheld something. It made her suddenly nervous to be traveling in this grim company of red-cloaked soldiers. She felt as though for some time now she had been swimming with the flow of a river and had only just become aware of a dangerous undercurrent that she could neither see nor predict. Naya must have seen her anxiety, for she gave a for she gave a sad smile and stepped forwards. With 2 fingers she reached up and brushed a lock of hair behind Lauren's ear. These are far too many worries for a woman so young. Free your mind of trouble, Nightblade. Therefore the... Free your mind of such troubles, Nightblade. They are for the red cloaks, not the black. Lauren stared into her eyes for a moment, then she pushed past the mystic, making for the camp. 2 days later, they awoke to a gray morning with rain lighter than they had seen in days. They were nearing the journey's end, and the sight of better weather brought all their spirits up. This is a good omen, said Shiyun. If this holds, we could reach Dahab before sundown. Then let us press on as quickly as we may, said Annis, rubbing at her arms through the sleeves of her shirt. And when we have concluded our business in Dahab, let us remain there a while, or mayhap forever. I mean never to spend another night in the wilderness battered by rain, if I can help it. Very much so, Bodegazilla. The mystics were inspired by... Okay, so... We can take a quick break. My voice is all... So the Knights Templar and the history of the Knights Templar and the maybe alternative, maybe not alternative history of preserving the bloodline, right? Like that whole thing that's associated with the Knights Templar, which is like, to be 100% honest, I don't know if that's real or not, and I don't give 2 shits whether it's real or not, because the story of it is fantastic. And so like that whole preserving the bloodline thing is very much it's a thing. It's a thing. And how that works in the system in the world of Underrealm is not necessarily it's not in the books yet, but there you go. So yeah. And also, the Mystics were very strongly inspired by the Grey Wardens from Dragon Age. Dragon Age, I've only ever played Origins, but like, the Grey Wardens, that's Dragon Age, right? Yes. And especially like, there's the whole thing where, in Dragon Age, the Grey Wardens can basically be like, okay, this person works for us now, with the person's consent. And it doesn't matter what that person was doing or who they were serving. If they want to join the Grey Wardens and the Grey Wardens are like, yeah, this person works for us, then they forsake all ties and all bonds and everything like that. The Mystics have something very similar. So like that's taken from the Grey, and the color scheme of the Mystics, the red and the gray, is also taken from the Grey Wardens. So yeah. Do 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 do. 2 days later, they awoke to a gray morning with rain lighter than they had seen in days. They were nearing the journey's end, and the sight of better weather brought all their spirits up. This is a good omen, said Shion. If this holds, brought their spirits up. Because then it doesn't sound like each one of them has multiple spirits. You know what? While we're on break, before I get back into it, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. Be right back. You know, Bodegazilla, I did not know that fact, but that's pretty cool. Hello, welcome back, Fallen Clown. This is a good omen, said Shion. If this holds, we could reach Dahab before sundown. Then let us press on as quickly as we may, said Annis, rubbing at her arms through the sleeves of her shirt. And when we have concluded our business in Dahab, let us remain there a while, or mayhap forever. I mean never to spend another night in the wilderness battered by rain, if I can help it. After a meager breakfast, they set off, and whether it was the prospect of reaching the end of their road or because of the weather, their mood was now almost cheerful. There were snatches of conversation as they followed the winding paths through bogs and marshes, and once Jem offered to sing Uzo a song, though Naya quickly told him to be silent. We have seen nothing to tell us that we are being watched, but still we should be cautious, she said, and by no means should we go singing through the woods and call our foes down upon our heads. Shortly after midday, they heard swift hoofbeats ahead of them. Naya and Lauren shared a glance. They had sent Shion ahead to scout the way, and if she was returning now, she was coming quickly. Naya waved them all off the road, and they retreated into the trees. Swords, muttered Naya. She and the other mystics all drew. After a moment, Jem fumbled his own blade from its scabbard. If it is not Shion, let them pass us, and only fight if we are spotted, said Lauren. But it was Shion after all. As soon as she reached the spot on the road where the rest of them were hiding, she pulled to a stop and waved to them. Lauren walked Midnight out into the open. If you meant to conceal yourselves, you did a poor job, said Shion. The marks of your passing are like signal fires. Enough of that, said Naya. What is wrong? There are soldiers, said Shion. Yeren guards, up ahead. Lauren frowned. Where our path meets the main road? No, said Shion. Upon the road we travel. That cast a grim mood over all of them. They had taken this way specifically to avoid detection, believing Yeren would only be watching the major routes. So we have wasted days in our journey and for little purpose, said Chet. No, said Lauren. The main road would have been little better, and there would be no way to keep their watchmen from spotting us, which is what we must try to do now. Why would they have guards posted unless they knew we were coming this way, said Naya. There could be any number of reasons, said Lauren. It could be a precaution, or they could be on the lookout for another foe entirely. Do you not think Huel has arrived ahead of us, said Jem. If he has warned them that we are coming. Lauren and Chet shared a look. Huel would not have given such warning, because Lauren and the mystics should not have known he was in Dahab. They had only come because of Lauren's dream, which only Chet knew about. She could not explain it to the rest of them, not now at any rate. Of course Huel could have told them we might come, but he could not have known we would take this route, said Lauren. And regardless, we cannot turn back now. If anything, we should take this as a sign that Damaris is in Dahab for certain. We must not let her slip away. There might be a way past the guards, said Shion. The path we ride now leads to a log bridge. That is where the Yeren guards have placed themselves. Yeah, I knew about that. I didn't know about the landowning. I knew about their power and that basically the church was like, yo, if they get much bigger, then they could be like a serious threat to us if they ever decided to like turn against the church. And regardless, there might be a way past the guards, said Shion. The path we ride now leads to a log bridge. That is where the Yeren guards have placed themselves. But the river beneath the bridge can be crossed another way, bypassing the guards with Weith's help. Lauren frowned, but Weith only nodded. Say on. The river runs through a small divide in the land, several paces below the bridge. If we walk through that divide, there is a place close by where the water grows shallow and somewhat calm, despite the flooding from the rain. There, Weith could turn the water to stone, giving us a bridge to cross over. If we are silent, we should be able to avoid the guards' attention. Why not cross the river somewhere else, said Annis. We should do it far from the bridge, so that there is no danger of the guards seeing us. She looked more nervous than the rest of them. Lauren realized that, if they were spotted, word would surely fly to Damaris that her daughter had been seen near the city of Dahab. If that happened, Lauren doubted that all the mystics in Underrealm could keep Damaris from hunting them down. But Shion shook her head. There is nowhere else, at least not that I have seen. Upstream and down, the river moves too quickly. I could search for another calm section, but that would take time, mayhap days. Lauren looked to Weith. The alchemist nodded. Shion and I have known each other a long while. I trust her judgment in this. Very well, said Lauren. When only one path presents itself, the wise take their first step. Lead the way, Shion. But the mystic hesitated, looking at Naya. Lauren turned to find Naya studying her own hands. Uzo, too, looked thoughtful, his lips pursed. Why do we not simply take the bridge, said Uzo. We could dispatch the guards and be on our way in no time. Naya looked up to meet Lauren's gaze. It would be faster. No, said Lauren, there's no need for fighting if subterfuge will serve. Yet speed is imperative to our mission, said Naya, and we have wasted days already. sec. All right. Yet speed is imperative to our mission, said Naya, and we have wasted days already. You speak of saving less than an hour's time, said Lauren. Naya turned to Shiun. If we are discovered while we try the more difficult crossing, what will be our position? Shiun's expression remained carefully neutral. It will be difficult. They will have the high ground, and we would have to climb the riverbank to engage them. There, you see, said Naya. If anything should go wrong, we will all be at far greater risk. Lauren felt as though the argument were slipping away from her. If we kill their guards, our advantage will be lost. Speed is important, but so is secrecy. Do you wish to warn all of the family Yaren that we approach Dahab? If we do our job well, no guard will escape to bring news of that message. Yet if they do not hear from their guards at all, they will be suspicious regardless, and we will move more slowly than before if one of us is injured in the fight. That is unlikely, said Jormund with a grim smile. He pressed his fists together until his knuckles cracked. You risk all of our safety for the sake of some guards you have never met, said Naya, brows drawing together. While you are willing to wantonly sacrifice the lives of strangers, said Lauren. I am in command here. We go by the river. Naya's face turned a shade darker, but at last she jerked the horse's reins to the sides, nudging it away from the rest of the group. Weath let out a low whoosh of breath. Shiun studied Lauren for a moment and then turned to lead them off the road. Chapter 23! With that, by the way, we are officially more than halfway, I should say, through the book. They were closer to the river than Lauren had thought and soon reached the bank. Looking down, she saw at once what Shiun had meant about the difficulty in crossing. Its surface was a roiling mass of angry white foam. We will remain atop the bank for a ways, said Shiun. There is no place to safely climb down closer to the water. They had to ride in single file, for the trees pressed close to them on the right-hand side. Lauren rode just behind Shiun, with Chet behind her, and behind him Naya and the rest of the party. Once or twice Lauren glanced behind her, excusing the motion by peering around the jungle first. She caught a glimpse of Naya's face, but the mystic's anger seemed to have faded, or else she was suppressing it. But at least her complexion was no longer so red, and she was not glaring as she had been before. Finally, they reached a place where the ground grew a bit more solid underfoot. There was a little shelf not far below them. Shiun led them down so that now they walked on the river's very edge. Lauren guided Midnight to the right so that the horse did not risk losing her footing in the river's soft mud. Midnight hardly needed the urging. She eyed the water nervously and nickered so that Lauren felt the need to stroke her mane. They reached a curve in the river. Before they turned it, Shiun stopped them and bade them to dismount. On foot from here, she whispered. Keep yourselves quiet and mind the horses. Lauren passed the command back down the line. As they made their way around the curve, Lauren saw the bridge at last. It was made from a single thick log, taken from a tree so massive that 4 people could not have wrapped their arms around its girth. The trunk had been shorn in half down the middle so that its top formed a large platform almost 3 paces wide. It was laid across the river, one end on each of the banks, which were now 6 paces above their heads. Shiun stopped and pointed. Lauren peered in the direction of her finger. After a moment she saw it, a figure in a dark green cloak, concealed in a tree on the other side of the river, one of the Yaren guards. But the guard was looking the wrong direction, across the river and up, and was half hidden by branches besides, so that she could not see the party making its way along the bank. Raising 2 fingers for silence, Shiun led them onwards. They crossed beneath the bridge in dead silence. Just after she passed under it, Lauren heard a loud sniff from above. She froze, standing stock still for a moment. Cautiously she glanced up, but she could not see who had made the noise, and there was no other sign from above. Shiun pressed on, and Lauren hastened to follow. At last they saw the place Shiun had mentioned. A tree had collapsed, smaller than the one that formed the bridge, but still sizable. It lay directly across the river as though human hands had laid it there. It turned the water upstream into a still pool, which gently flowed over the top of the log before turning into the raging floodwaters they had walked beside all this time. There was not enough space for Weath to press forwards to the front of the group, so they all moved down until the alchemist had reached the still waters. Lauren glanced back down the river the way they had come. The log bridge was a ways off, but still too close for comfort. Now would be the most dangerous part of the whole affair. Weath took a deep breath. She knelt at the water's edge and put her hands into it. Lauren could only imagine how cold the water must be, but the alchemist did not complain. Instead, from behind her closed eyelids, a gentle light spilled forth. As they all watched in wonder, the water around Weath's hands began to change. It swirled and then solidified. For a brief moment it looked to Lauren as though it had turned to ice, but then the ice went gray and turned harder until it had become stone. The stone rippled farther and farther out into the river, at first in a perfect semicircle, but then, as Weeth found her focus, it became a straight line, little more than a pace across. It edged forward slowly, ever so slowly, and each moment seemed an eternity under the threat of the nearby bridge. At last the stone touched the bank on the other side. There it sank into the silt and mud, creeping into the earth like the roots of a tree and anchoring itself to the shore. Weeth's eyes opened and the glow in them brightened. "All right," she gasped. "I shall have to hold it here while the rest of you cross." "What about you?" said Lauren. "I can hold it up for myself at the end, but the rest of you must go first. One at a time. I cannot bear the weight of more." Naya pressed forwards without answering and led her horse across the stone. She walked a bit too slowly for Lauren's liking, but the stone bridge was wet from the splashing water and Naya had to pick her way carefully. When she had reached the other side, she pressed herself and the horse up against the riverbank and waved the rest of them on. Jormund stepped forwards and placed one foot on the bridge. Weeth gave a wry smile. "You should eat less, big man." Jormund grinned at her and pressed on. After him went Chet, closely followed by Jem and then Shiyun and Uzo. Only Weeth, Annis, and Lauren remained to cross. Annis looked to Lauren, but Lauren waved a hand at her. "You first." Annis gave her a wan smile and stepped forwards. Lauren's smile vanished the moment Annis turned her back. The girl looked terrified. As a merchant's daughter, she had never engaged in as much physical activity as the rest of them. Across the river, Lauren caught Chet's eye and tossed her head at Annis. He nodded and stepped to the end of the bridge, holding forth a hand ready to help Annis once she was close enough. The girl moved step by step, each one more cautious than the one before, each one agonizingly slow. When she reached the halfway point, her shoes slid on the wet stone. For a panicked moment, Lauren thought she would fall over, but Annis recovered, throwing both her arms out to steady herself. On she pressed, but now she moved even more slowly, frightened by her near miss. Chet leaned further forwards, grasping for her outstretched hand. Annis slipped again. Almost within reach of the riverbank, she teetered on one foot. Chet lunged for her, seized the back of her collar, and flung her to the riverbank. But Weeth's concentration wavered, and when Chet's foot came down, it slipped right through the stone. He did not cry out as he fell into the river, but that did not matter, for Annis's horse fell too. It struck the water with a thunderous splash and a loud whinny. After their quiet sneaking, Lauren nearly jumped out of her skin at the sound. Shouts came from downriver, and two figures in green cloaks appeared on the bridge. One of them pointed at the party. "Darkness take us," said Lauren. She flung herself onto Midnight's back. Midnight plunged into the stream under Lauren's heels and struck out, swimming hard for Chet, who was fighting to reach the shore. The cold river clutched at her legs, making her gasp, and she had to force herself to push Midnight on through the water. Weeth leapt to her feet, the glow in her eyes intensifying, and led her horse forwards. Stone leapt up from the bridge to meet her hand, maintaining her connection as she held it up for herself and crossed. Behind her horse's hooves, the bridge began to dissolve away, turning to water again and sweeping away downriver. Naya, Jormund, Uzo, and Shiyun mounted their horses, and with a battle cry they charged up the riverbank. Jem gave his own thin scream and ran after them, though he had no horse and could not keep up. Chet's head bobbed under the surface of the water until he struck the dam. Lauren thrust out a hand and seized his shoulder, and he pulled himself onto Midnight's back behind her. The horse's hooves found purchase on the bank at last, and she emerged from the river, scattering water in all directions. "Watch after Annis," cried Lauren as Chet leapt from Midnight's back. "I will, but where are you?" His question was lost as she spurred Midnight after the mystics. The fight had already begun. One Yerengard lay on her back, her hands clawed futilely at an arrow in her throat. Jormund had two more occupied, keeping them at bay with great sweeps of his sword. Naya and Uzo had one each. Why are there so many? Thought Lauren. But all thought fled her as she saw another green cloak. Unseen by the mystics, another guard ran from the fighting. But all thought fled her as she saw a green cloak rippling. Unseen by the mystics, another guard ran from the fighting. A messenger. They would ride for Dahab and warn the family Yaren. Lauren sent her heels into Midnight's side and went after the guard with a cry. Oh, shoot. Shoot, shoot, shoot. She caught up to the Yaren soldier and tried to leap from the saddle. tackling them to the ground, but Lauren was still not as practiced on horseback as the rest of the party. Her foot caught in the stirrup and she fell atop them without any control. Her ribs struck a rock, driving the air from her lungs. Dazed and gasping, she rolled away. A blade hissed as it was drawn. There came a hiss as the guard drew his sword. Fighting to her feet, Lauren found the errand soldier. The errand soldier had almost risen, sword in his hand. He and Lauren fought to their feet almost at the same time. Her bow was unstrung and on Midnight's saddle. She only had her dagger, but she hesitated to use it. What if the guard recognized it and escaped? Or what if one of the other mystics came upon them and saw it? The guard lunged forwards, thrusting his sword. Lauren backstepped and almost stumbled. He swung to the left and then down. Lauren did not let him draw close enough to reach her, but it seemed he was guiding her some direction. She glanced behind her and saw only trees. He swung again, and she ducked behind a trunk. Too late, hasty footsteps told her his aim. He ran away from her, straight for Midnight. Lauren went after him with a cry. No doubt he had hoped to gain the saddle and ride off before she caught him, but he wore chainmail and heavy boots, and Lauren had always been a fast runner. She tackled him in the knees just before he reached Midnight. To her relief, his sword slid away on the grass, but he surprised her with a kick, and she fell back with explosions of light dancing before her eyes. If he had pressed his advantage, he might have choked the life from her before she could stop him, but he went for the sword instead, and that gave Lauren time to regain her feet. He charged wildly, swinging without skill, hoping to catch her by surprise. Lauren danced back again, but this time he gave her no room to glance back. One haphazard swing sent her leaping backwards, only to strike her head on a low branch. Lauren fell to hands and knees. The guard leapt forward, sword raised. A knife came flying. It sank into the errand guard's side just below the arm. He cried out and dropped his sword. Naya appeared a moment later, dragging the knife out roughly. The errand guard sank to his knees, and she seized his hair, placing the blade to his throat. "Is Damaris in the city?" she hissed. The guard spat at her, but missed. "Darkness take you and your kin." Naya drove a knee into his side where she had stabbed him. He screamed. "I will not ask again. Some other of your fellows survived. Only one must live to tell me what I need to know. Tell the truth, and it could be you." Lauren rose, her shoulders heaving with deep gasps, but when she saw Naya, she paused. The mystic's clothes and hair had become badly mussed in the fighting, and the high collar of her jerkin had come undone. There, where the leather parted, Lauren could see a mass of scar tissue from some old and terrible wound. The jungle had gone too silent, and Naya looked up at Lauren with a frown. Her skin went a shade paler when she saw Lauren looking at her scar. With a savage twist, she plunged her knife into the errand guard's throat. As he fell to the ground, coughing his life into the soil, Naya buttoned up her collar again. The forest went very still for a moment, except for the thrashing of the dying guard. Lauren felt that she should say something, but then they heard the sound of hooves in the underbrush, and Shiyun came riding into view with Chet. They both pulled to a halt. Chet was still dripping from his dunking in the river. "Where is Annis?" said Lauren. "This is safe," said Chet, shivering. "We won the fight. Weeth and Jem are with her." "We must get you dry," said Lauren. "You will catch your death of sickness." She brought Midnight to him, and as he dismounted, she fetched a dry cloak from her saddlebags to wrap around him. "The errands?" Naya's voice was thick with some emotion, hastily hidden, though whether it was anger or embarrassment, Lauren could not tell. The mystic woman was still looking at her. Indeed, she had not removed her gaze since Lauren saw the scars at her throat. "Excuse me." "All dead," said Shiyun. Chet's expression grew dark. "The errands in Dahab will know something is amiss, but no one remains to tell them just what it is." "Very well," said Naya. With her gaze still locked on Lauren, she bared her lips in a fierce grin. "It appears we might as well have charged the bridge after all, Nightblade." Lauren flushed with anger. She tilted her head towards the corpse on the ground. "Mayhap, but then this one might have gotten away, for he would have had time to escape while you were fighting." That gave Naya pause. At last she turned away, staring at the man on the ground. After a moment she rolled her shoulders. "Mayhap. We cannot change what has happened, only now we must move with haste and accomplish our aims in Dahab before Yaren notices their missing patrol. The moment they do, they will send someone to search for them." She reached up a hand, and Shiyun pulled her into the saddle. They rode off back towards the others while Lauren rubbed Chet's arms to warm him. "They killed the Yarens," said Chet quietly. "All of them." Bowing her head, Lauren wrapped her arms around him, trying to pass her warmth to him through the cloak. "I know. They are warriors. This is what they are trained to do. Yet you were supposed to be in command of them, and you told them you did not wish..." Lauren released him, climbing onto Midnight's saddle, and met his gaze. I am not their master. They are my guards, not my servants. Chet turned away from her to look ahead through the jungle. I did not wish for this, she told him quietly. I know. Chapter 24. Oh, thank you for giving the appearance of activity, Fallen Clown. They had to hide the bodies so that if the family errand came to investigate why the patrol had not returned, it would take some time to find them. We might drag them off into the trees and hide them behind cut branches, said Jorman. Lauren was uncomfortably reminded of when she had first met Damaris, who had slain a squadron of constables and forced Lauren to help her men bury the bodies. As she studied the grim look on Annis's face, Lauren wondered if the girl was thinking of the same thing. Too easy to find, said Shiun. The cut branches will be easy to spot, and then they will know what to look for. Throw them in the river, said Uzo. No doubt the bodies will wash up on the bank, but it will be a ways downstream. It is fastest and will not be any easier for searchers to discover than anything else we might do. So it was agreed. The mystics took care of the grisly work. Chet donned a new change of dry clothes and huddled under 3 cloaks off to the side, trying to dispel his chill. Lauren wanted to be with him, but he was still dour after watching the mystics slay their foes. It seemed distance was what he needed now, and so she gave it to him. The ride would warm him anyway, as well as the heat from his horse's body. As the others dragged the corpses to the log bridge and threw them off, Shion rode back across the bridge and downriver a ways. She soon returned with Annis's horse. Its recovery seemed to be the only bit of good news from the whole affair. All of them ready to ride on. Lauren saw that Annis was staring down at the ground and went over to the girl. What is wrong? It is my fault we were discovered, said Annis. If I had not slipped, they would not have seen us. Lauren shook her head. No, any one of us could have done the same. You should not blame yourself. Annis did not look convinced. She looked around at the rest of the party and frowned. I should not have come. It was the foolish notion of a foolish girl. I am no warrior. I would call you many things before I called you foolish, said Lauren, putting a hand on her shoulder. Strength of arm is not the only worthy quality in this world. A great enough wit will not only triumph over might, but make it look a fool. I value your mind far more highly than a simple swordsman. That drew a small smile from Annis, though the girl did not look entirely convinced. They rode hard once they set out, with Shion scouting the way again. Gone was their high mood of that morning. No one spoke, but only watched the road as it passed beneath the horses' hooves. They drew upon Dahab just before twilight. The clouds had mostly dissipated from the sky, and half the sun showed above the horizon to light the land. When they crested the last rise, the whole party stopped in awe. North of them, the river they had crossed met an even greater waterway that ran south, but almost immediately it reached a high shelf in the land and fell off into a great waterfall. There is the Nelos, said Uzo, pointing to the river. It flies away south until it reaches the sky tongue, which flows into the great bay many leagues away. But Lauren could not speak. As beautiful as they were, she had no eyes for the river nor for the waterfall it formed. She could only look at the shelf upon which it was. As beautiful as it was, she had no eyes for the river, or even for the waterfall it formed. She could only look at the shelf. She could look only at the shelf upon which was built the city of Dahab. Just as she had seen in her dream, it was built in 2 levels. Both held palaces and mansions aplenty, and all of them with gold trim. The dying sun upon the gold made the whole place shine with like a jewel in firelight, so that they could not long observe it without having to shield their eyes. Upon the higher level were built grander mansions, and ones fairer to look at, for many of them were made of white marble that gleamed nearly as bright as the gold, and Lauren was reminded of the High King's palace. But even a stranger could see that the true power rested in the city's bottom layer. There, the buildings were more solid, more sinister, and far older from the look of them. It was not only the sight of the city that struck Lauren dumb, but the fact that she beheld it in truth for the second time. She could not be sure, but she thought she even saw the pillar of rock where Gregor had held Annis, Jem, and Chet over the abyss. Suddenly she was struck with terror at the thought of bringing her friends here. She wanted to turn back, to spur Midnight into the jungle and hide away, never to return. Instead, she nudged the horse's side. Onward, she said. We should try to reach it before the moons rise. Your dreams are not the future, she told herself. You are not so important that the elves would give you that gift. But that did nothing to quell the fear in her heart. As they neared the city, 3 buildings in the lower level caught their eye. They were massive, flat on top but with sloping sides so that they almost resembled pyramids. They were wrought all in black granite, and the style looked familiar to Lauren. Then she realized that they looked very similar to the Academy of Wizards on the seat. But while the Academy stood tall and proud, these mansions sat like spiders in the shadows. Even their gilded trim looked like crooked legs, coiled before springing forth to snatch some unwary prey. Gilded trim. Gilded or bronze? Those buildings are the homes of the family Yeren, said Uzo, his jaw clenched. If there are answers for us in this city, they will be there. A great many of your kin dwell here, said Jem, looking over to Annis. Have you not visited the city before? No. Before the journey that brought me to Cabris, I had never left the seat. Annis straightened suddenly in her saddle and turned to Lauren with a curious expression. I've only just now realized that that was my first journey away from home, and I am still upon it. It has been 8 months since I saw the place where I was raised. What a long and wandering road it has been. That gave Lauren pause as well. Had it really been so close to a year since she left the Birchwood? Her birthday had passed some time in Octus, unmarked. It had never held great importance for her, since her parents had never celebrated it. Not far from the city, they had to rejoin the main road. It was close enough that Yeren would have little warning, even if they were spotted, but still they did not wish to be noticed. Therefore they split up and entered the city in 2s and 3s. Chet and Lauren rode in together and reached the city's gates just as the last of twilight faded from the sky. The guards had not even seemed to notice them among the trading carts and wagons they rode beside. Once inside the city walls, they passed a few streets and then regrouped with the rest of the party. Then Uzo led them on through the winding streets. Despite the ominous presence of the Yeren mansions, which were visible over the neighboring buildings even from far away, the rest of the city seemed a far less sinister place than Lauren had expected. The knowledge that Dahab was the ancient home of the family Yeren had made her think it would be some dark den of evil. But in fact, the buildings looked much the same as they did anywhere else, except that here they were often walled with a reddish-brown plaster and their hard roofs of red tiles made with clay. The people talked and laughed and joked as in any city Lauren had visited so far, and she saw many street performers here, which had been a rarity in Cabris and Wellmont. Even upon the High King's seat they were not so plentiful. She saw dancers swinging wide staves that were set on fire, and 2 duelists performing an elegant dance with blunted swords. One woman beckoned to wide-headed snakes on the ground, and at her command they bobbed and weaved into intricate patterns like whirlpools. As they neared the huge black mansions, Lauren saw that not only were they built close to one another, but they were in fact in a sort of compound, with a single great wall that surrounded all 3 of them. Uzo led them in a wandering path around the wall, as though they were merely travelers taking in the city's sights. But they all studied the place surreptitiously, eyeing the few gates which were closed and the many guards that patrolled the ramparts. When they had finished their circle, they stopped at a tavern. There was no stable, but there was a long post outside where they could tie their horses, and a servant girl there who Lauren paid to watch the steeds. Inside they found a cheery room full of many patrons. The tables were low, and rather than chairs they were surrounded by cushions placed directly on the ground. Lauren smelled wine and ale, but also a sweet, spiced scent she could not place. Tea, said Uzo, lifting his nose and taking a deep sniff. Sky above, it smells wonderful. All right, see you. Happy lurking, Bodegazilla. At a table near the back of the room, they ordered ale and wine and tea for Uzo. They waited for the drinks to be delivered before they spoke. When they had all had a few sips, Lauren leaned forwards. What can we expect inside the Yeren walls? She asked Uzo in a low voice. Uzo shrugged. I have only visited this city twice before, he said, and I have never been inside the Yeren dwellings. They permit no outsiders to come within, except for important guests on official business, usually nobility. Lauren thought of how she and Jordell had infiltrated the Shade Fortress in the Great Rocks. Mayhap we could disguise ourselves as guards. That might get us inside. But Naya shook her heads. But Naya shook her head. We could never pass for Yerens. Did you not see the guards' helmets? The fronts are open so that their faces are plain to see. At least Uzo could get in, said Lauren. He comes from Feldemar and has the look. Naya rolled her eyes. You must listen better. None but Yerens are permitted inside the wall. Uzo's skin is not enough. They are a family. They know each other. He would be recognized. Or rather, he would not be, and therein lies the problem. Lauren's face flushed with embarrassment, which she tried to pass off. What, then? To everyone's surprise, Jem spoke up. Are there other buildings inside the wall? They all looked at Uzo, but he shrugged. I do not know for certain. But there would have to be, said Weath. We see only their great manors where the family's important scions live, as well as the people who serve them. Yet the Yerens would need more than that. Storage for food, grain for their horses, and even cleaning sheds for the groundskeepers. Jem's face broke into a smile, and Lauren guessed at his idea just before he gave voice to it. There will be rooftops, then. There's no one better on rooftops than I. If we can climb the wall, mayhap we can travel across the smaller buildings to reach the manors, and without anyone seeing us. Naya's nostrils flared and she snorted. Good on rooftops, are you? Mayhap in the city you called home, but you do not know this place. Lauren can pick her way through any forest even if she has never been there, said Jem. I am the same with cities. He does have a sense for such things, said Lauren. With him to guide me, mayhap I can slip into the Yeren dwellings. You, said Chet? You speak as if you mean to go alone. I am the spy, said Lauren, shrugging. Surely you do not think that all 9 of us can sneak in together. 2 may conceal themselves better than 9, yet 3 are not much more noticeable and may be much safer if it should come to a fight, said Naya. I will come with you, for you will need someone by your side who will do what is necessary to get back out alive. Lauren thought she heard the meaning behind that. Who will kill if need be. She met Naya's gaze, but the mystic did not flinch. I should like to come as well, said Chet. Surely one more will not make a difference. But her dream flashed into her mind, and she saw Chet in Gregor's clutches. No, you must remain here. Each person added to the mission only increases the danger. Then let me come instead of Naya, insisted Chet. I can look after you as well as she can. That is not what I said I would do, said Naya. I said I would get her and all of us out alive. You might look after her, but you will not drive steel into a guard's gut if they stand between you and escape. Chet gave her a glare and she returned it, but before either of them could speak again, Weith put her hand forwards on the table to draw their attention. But before either of them could speak again, Weith put her hand on the table to draw their attention. The plan all sounds well, she said, but what do you mean to do once you are inside? That is still unclear. We must learn if Damaris is in the city, said Lauren. Surely someone inside will know. You mean to interrogate them? Said Uzo. You will hardly have the time. I do not require much time, said Naya. Her hand dropped to the knife at her waist. If a corpse is found, Damaris will know someone is after her and may flee the city, said Weith. I said nothing of corpses, said Naya. But if Damaris should learn that we are here, and if she then tries to flee, then so much the better. We can follow her while sending word back to Cal, and the mystics will bring her to bay, removed from the proud manners of her family where her defenses will be strongest. A bird is more easily shot while roosting than in flight, unless its roost is built of thick black stone. Annis looked at Lauren across the table. It is harder to shoot a bird in flight than when they are roosting, but when a swallow hides within the earth, it cannot be shot at all, and one must draw it into the open. That's better. Annis looked at Lauren across the table. Lauren thought she knew the girl's mind. This was somewhat beyond the orders Cal had given them. Yet Lauren knew of no other way to learn whether Damaris was in the city, and they were running out of time. If Yaren had not already discovered their missing party of guards in the jungle, they soon would. "It is decided, then," said Lauren. "The rest of you must wait here, and if anything should go wrong and the three of us do not return, you must send word back to Ammon at once." Chet glared into his cup of wine. Lauren had not yet touched hers, but now she threw it back all at once. Naya smirked. "Bolster your courage however you must, Nightblade, and then let us carry out your plan." Lauren thought to herself that in fact the plan had been Jem's, but she said nothing and only returned Naya's smile. Chapter 24 done, motherfucker. Another quick bathroom break. The coffee is working its magic upon me. Ooh, I think a package just came. Hold on, I'm gonna go get it because I want. If I'm right, then I want to do an unboxing. Okay, I'm not allowed to open it without my wife, but... How excited are you?
Jazz hands, that's how excited we are.
Ah! Oh, careful, Jesus. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. They can't see. Here it is. Nightblade Epic Volume 1. Weremage.
Is
Oh, look at that spine. Ooh.
Is Kristen on?
No, she's not right now.
Okay.
Oh, look at that spine. Oh, it's so pretty. Oh my God, it's so pretty. Oh, Lord.
I was going to say, as a wise woman once said,
As a
sploosh.
wise woman once said, sploosh. Oh, man.
Hey, Bodegazilla.
Hey, what's up, Bodegazilla? Nightblade being book 1 of the first volume of the night. Oh, you can't see it because of the exposure, but let's see if I can adjust that a little bit. Hey.
I know what exposure's like.
Those title pages. Ah. Oh, man, this is so nice.
Are you happy?
I'm so happy. Look at the addenda. We got to see the addenda.
Addendum.
No, one is...
I'm just kidding. I'm just teasing you.
She knows how to get her husband. Addendum A. Historical essays from the world of Underrealm. Ah, man. Oh, it's so pretty.
Okay. Love you.
Love
Get back
you.
to work. I made more coffee, by the way.
Thank you. Do you mind getting me a cup?
Yes. Whatever. Oh, just not right away.
Oh, man. Well, that is simply delightful. All right, I'm going to sign this because it's my wife's copy. Put it on my shelf, and then I'm going to get back to work. You mean, am I ever going to stream games again, Bodegazilla? Yes. Yes, absolutely. In fact, probably after March or whatever, when I have... Okay, so I need to finish the restoration project, and I need to write Yeren, and Yeren needs to be in post-production. And at that point, I am going to get an actual gaming computer, a PC, because this is a Mac that I'm on right now, which I can game on, but I really can't stream. I can't game and stream on. It just doesn't work. So So I'll get an actual gaming PC, and then I will be streaming games again. Oh, VlogaMeg stream? It's hilarious. Boom. Oh, let me be a part of the narrative. Story they will write someday. Look at that spine. Look at that fucking spine. How cool is this? Oh my god, it's so good. Craigasm. I don't know if I can do this effectively or not, but let's give it a try. How's that for a bookshelf, huh? Oh, yeah. Those spines are so much better that way. Man. And you can see that, of course, it's... Oh, God. Sorry, this is shaky and shit. But you can see these are the new spines, and then these are obviously the old spines. And, like, the difference in, like, readability and just, like, really popping out on the shelf is so... And this goes on the proof shelf. Oh, man. Yeah, I might end up doing that, Bodegazilla, if I can find a way, to make that work. See, on a Mac, like a Mac doesn't have like a video input card. You know what I mean? Like what I was actually planning on doing was getting a gaming PC and then getting a second computer that is just a streaming computer. Like all it is it's basically just a computer with a nice processor and a little bit of RAM with a video input card that can run OBS. And then if I get that, I can actually run my Mac and my gaming PC into that computer, right? And I could then stream VlogaNovel. I could stream VlogaNovel and my games to the streaming computer. Anyway, if you think that book looks nice, which let's face it, it does, you can go and pre-order it on Amazon. And I hope you'll consider it because, boy, it's pretty. What else did I want to do? Well, I want to ship. I want to ship the ones that Amazon wants, but I will restrain myself for now. Fallen clown. Well, I hope you enjoy. Chapter 25. Lauren, Jem, and Naya left the tavern soon afterwards. What time is it? Hour and a half left. Damn, girl. Damn, Gina. I think my wife forgot about my coffee. Hold on, I'll be right back. Decide to stay. Yes, enjoy that, Fallen Clown. Fucking weirdo. All right, chapter 25. Lauren, Jem, and Naya left the tavern soon afterwards. Chet and Weath came with them to provide as much help as they could before the three of them passed beyond the wall. And now that the moons had risen, Dahab was like an explosion of light, its many lanterns and torches caught on the gold trim that adorned every building, so that the whole place shone nearly as bright as during the day, but warmer, a soft orange glow that wrapped them within itself. Yet everything was edged by the blue glow of the moons, and it blended with the firelight to give the buildings an ethereal, magical look. As she marveled at the sight of it, Lauren realized that every torch and lantern was placed to cast its glow on as much of the gold as possible, as if each structure had been built for just that purpose. "Now the whole city glows like a gem," said Jem. He looked up at Lauren, grinning. "I call that a good omen for us. Or me, at least." Lauren smiled back, but then her mind turned to her dream, and she saw his face turn feral. So much feral. And she saw his face turn savage, his teeth bared as they tore at her throat. Her smile became forced. "I hope so." The streets had begun to clear with the day's end, and they found a section of the wall with almost no one nearby. Just before they climbed up, Chet took Lauren aside for a moment. "You must promise me to return," he said, looking into her eyes. "I can make no such promise," said Lauren, "but I promise to try." Chet glared over her shoulder, and even without turning, Lauren knew his ugly look was for Naya. That is hardly comforting. "Whatever your feelings towards Naya, do not let them blind you." Lauren had to fight to keep her irritation from her voice. "She has proven herself loyal so far." "So far," said Chet. Lauren put a hand on his cheek. Dear Chet. "Look after Annis. If all goes well, we shall return. If all goes well, we shall return soon, but if it does not, she will be in greater danger than the rest of you." "I hardly agree," said Chet. "If they catch us, we will be killed. I do not think she faces that fate." But Lauren remembered when last she had faced Damaris in the Great Rocks, and she remembered the merchant's wrath. Yet she faces her own sort of horror. Look after her. He gave a slow nod. Then he laced his fingers together and knelt. Lauren glanced up the street. Weath had cleared the few passers-by from sight, and she gave a nod. Lauren placed her foot in Chet's grasp and her hands upon the wall. They looked at each other, and he nodded 3 times in quick succession. After the third nod, he heaved upwards, and Lauren leaped. Leapt. Leaped. I know for sure that I've used leapt. Maybe I overuse leapt. Whoops. Wait, what? Oh, shit. Poops. One sec. Ugh. Kristen! Oh, Kristen! Look what came in the mail! Da 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 da. Look at that! Look at that spine! Look at that spine! We did the unboxing live on stream, Megan and I together, and as soon as she pulled it out of the box, Megan said, "As a wise woman once said, sploosh." Ah, so good. Hey, blame Meg. She said it, not me. Yay, final packing. Bum ba 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 bum 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 ba 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 bum. Okay, where were we? Do 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 do. Ba da ba 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 da ba. They looked at each other and he nodded 3 times in quick succession. Hey, what's up, Xenon Quark? Welcome back. After the third nod, he heaved upwards and Lauren leaped. Her fingers seized the top of the wall and she gripped it tight, bracing her feet against the surface to steady herself. Then, slowly, she pulled herself up to the edge. Cautiously, she raised one eye over the lip of the wall and then ducked back down at once. There was a guard not 3 paces away, walking in Lauren's direction. But the guard's gaze was turned up and outwards, over the city, and she took no notice of Lauren's fingers as she passed. Once the footsteps drew away, she pulled herself over. No other guards stood nearby, and so Lauren waved down to Jem and Naya. One by one, they followed her. Chet did not look happy to heave Naya up the wall, but he did it, and soon they were all up. There was a rooftop within easy jumping distance and another beyond that. Indeed, just as Jem had predicted, there seemed to be a route that ran all the way to the bottom of the first manor far ahead. Better and better, whispered the boy, grinning at them in the moonlight. Stop prattling and jump, growled Naya. Jem rolled his eyes. He scampered off and made the leap to the first roof, landing cat-like upon the tiles. Lauren heard nothing at all when he came down. When she followed him, she found that the rooftop was very solidly built. They could not have made a noise upon it if they tried. Stay close and stop when I do, said Jem, and ran off. He jumped from one rooftop to the next, always lurking in the shadows of higher buildings when he could. Sometimes he would turn left or right, though Lauren saw no reason for it, and then a moment later she would see that they had avoided an obstacle. Sometimes he would turn left or right, though Lauren saw no reason for it, and then a moment later she would see that they had avoided an obstacle they would not have been able to climb over. The boy's skill was marvelous. Truly he looked at a city the way she did a forest, each one different and yet all of them sharing a common set of rules. Suddenly Jem stopped. Ahead of them was a building with a second story, though there was another roof on their level to the left. Why do you halt, said Naya. This is no time for nerves, whelp. Lauren glared at her before speaking to Jem more patiently. What is it, Jem? I think we must climb this way, said Jem, pointing at the taller building ahead. That is a waste of time, said Naya. We should go around. It is too heavily lit, said Jem. This way keeps us out of the torchlight from the walls. Naya scowled at him, but Lauren spoke first. Very well, up it is. It is a waste of... Naya began. We will waste more time arguing, said Lauren. If Jem says this is the way to go, I believe him. The mystic snorted and turned away. Lauren could not understand her frustration with Jem. She had never seemed fond of the boy, but now it was worse. It seemed fear of discovery was wearing on the woman's nerves. The 2-story building was not built of the same... Oh, I was in the middle of... Shit. Forgot I was in the middle of doing that. Haha. Kristen, you distracted me. Good, good, good. Okay, now we're done. This two-story building was not built. How would I format handwritten notes? What do you mean? Like, how would you type them into a document? The two-story building was not made of the same granite as the manors, but plaster like the other smaller buildings. There were window ledges and wooden beams to take hold of, and Jem scaled them easily enough. Lauren was not quite so quick, but she followed close behind, and Naya's powerful arms propelled her up easily. At the top, Jem reached up and gripped the edges of the tiles, using them to pull himself to the roof. He lowered a hand and took Lauren's arm as she did the same. Oh, like format it in the book? Well, first of all, in a Kindle, you won't be able to do anything about that. So realize that that is a thing. Unless you use an actual image file, in which case you might as well just actually write in Photoshop or something like that and save that as an image. And then you can put that image file in the book. Although, if there's too much of that, it gets really, really aggravating for the reader. But I just switched to a different font that looked like really good handwriting in my print book. I don't remember what this font is, but I could pull it up. Oh shit! Hold on. So I just used a different font. And there's lots of handwriting fonts that come default on most computers. And you can just use one of those. I mean, you can go and buy a handwriting font if you want to, but I think that for the most part, I don't know, but I'll experiment with a few different ways, I would say. But Naya did not wait for Jem's help, instead grabbing one of the tiles on her own. With a clink, the tile came away in Naya's hand. She lurched away from the wall. For an instant, it seemed the mystic would fall to the cobblestones far below, but Lauren had just gained the rooftop and she threw herself flat to seize Naya's hand. The mystic slammed back into the wall with a grunt, while Lauren clung desperately to the roof, trying to keep herself from sliding over. The tile that had come off spun away, shattering as it struck the cobblestones far below. Hurry, gasped Lauren. Naya got her hand atop the roof, and with Jem's help, Lauren pulled her up. No sooner had they ducked out of sight than they heard a voice on the ground below. They all froze, but it was no shout of panic or alarm. Peeking back over the edge, Lauren saw a solid-looking man in fine green clothes step out the front door of the building atop which they lay. He looked at the tile on the ground for a moment and then turned his gaze skyward. Lauren retreated just in time. There was a long moment of silence. After her pulse had resumed its normal pace, Lauren risked another peek. The man had gone and no alarm had been raised. A stroke of luck, that, said Jem. Lauren looked to Naya. The mystic woman did not look chagrined at her mistake, but if anything, only looked angrier at Jem. But when he led them to the other end of the roof and helped them climb down, this time Naya waited patiently and followed his lead as he took them further along the rooftops. At long last they reached the closest manor. Now that they were up against it, it was even more imposing than from the streets beyond the wall. The buildings pressed close here, up to its very walls. At long last they reached the closest manor. Now that they were up against it, it was even more imposing than it had been from the streets of Dahab. Now that they were up against it, it was even more imposing than it had been when viewed from the streets of Dahab. The buildings pressed close here, up to its very walls. There was a window just in front of them. And inside was an empty room with no lights. Lauren reached out to the window, but it would not budge under her hand. Locked, she muttered. There was another window just a few paces down, but it too was locked. The rooftop led to another and then another, with many windows. Ah, screen. Yeah, we used all of our budget. There was another window just a few paces down, but it too was locked. They tried one after another, but without success. Naya muttered a curse. The familiar, it seems, are not all fools. Likely it is one duty of the manor guards to ensure all windows on this level are secure. The higher floors might be open, said Lauren. That is my thought, said Naya. Boy, climb to the next floor and try one of them. But panic seized Lauren's breast and she shook her head. No, I will do it. Naya frowned at her. He is a better climber. Lauren hesitated. In truth, she was already nervous to have brought Jem this close to the manor. Certainly she did not want him to come inside with them. She did not truly believe that her dreams showed her the future, but the thought of Jem in Gregor's hands, or worse, the thought of the boy going mad and attacking her, would not leave her mind. He should remain here on guard. If anything goes amiss, he will serve as a lookout and can come to warn us. His purpose here was only to help us reach the manor, after all. To her relief, Naya shrugged. Very well, but we have tarried too long here already. If you wish to lead the way, then lead. Lauren nodded and looked up. There was a window there, 3 paces above, and a wooden beam just below it. She took a few steps back and then took a running leap, her feet scrabbling on the wall. She seized the wooden beam. From there, she was able to pull herself up enough to grip the bottom edge of the windowsill. 3 paces above makes it sound like it's 3 paces over her head. There was a window there and a wooden beam below it, just a pace out of reach. She took a few steps back. All right, Kristen. Her fingers just reached the wooden beam. From there, she was able to pull herself up to grip the bottom edge of the windowsill, and then it was a simple matter to stand upon the beam. She tried lifting the window. It slid up easily, without a sound. It is open, she whispered down. Very well, said Naya. Without a glance at Jem, she jumped up and caught the ledge. It is open, she whispered down. Very well, said Naya. Without a glance at Jem, she jumped up and caught the ledge. Lauren slipped into the room, and Naya was not a moment behind her. Lauren leaned back out the window. Wait here for us, she said to Jem. If you hear sounds of alarm from within, ready yourself to run. If you think for a moment that you are in danger, flee and do not look back. I will not leave you here, said Jem. She glared at him. You will. You have pledged yourself to me, and this is the most solemn order I have ever given you. Do you understand? He matched her scowl with one of his own, but in the end he nodded. Good. We will return as quickly as we may. Lauren drew back into the room. Naya stood facing her, a curious expression on her face. The moment's silence stretched a bit too long, and Lauren looked away, out the window. From this vantage point, the city was laid out before them like a blanket of stars, mirroring those in the sky, except that its light was orange to match the silver blue from above. A fine sight, said Naya in a careful tone. I suppose so, said Lauren. In truth, the city only filled her with dread, for she could not see it without seeing her dream. Naya inclined her head, inserting herself into Lauren's field of view. I meant to say, earlier, during the fight in the jungle, you saw my wound. Lauren blinked at her for a moment, uncomprehending. Then she remembered the terrible scars at Naya's throat. Yes. The mystic searched her eyes, but then she shrugged with a humorless smile. I hide it behind this collar. I think it is hideous to look at, and some others have agreed. Few of us go through life without wounds, and many of them scar. I am only amazed that you survived such an injury. It looks as though your throat was cut more than once. Naya's face turned a deep, angry red, and Lauren balked. I'm sorry, I did not mean to bring forth a grievous memory. Grievous indeed, said Naya, though she sounded more angry than mournful. And impossible to forget. You should not let it trouble you, said Lauren. You cannot help the scar, and anyone who remarks upon it is not worth worrying about. That is more easily said than believed. Lauren frowned and turned her gaze out the window again. She wished she were anywhere but in this city. Her anxiety seemed to grow with every passing moment, and as much as she longed to find Damaris lurking within this place, at the same time the thought of it filled her with fear. And at the same time she dreaded the thought that she might. Naya, there is something dangerous here, Lauren paused. She had not meant to speak at all. The words had come out almost against her will. But as Naya looked at her, she pressed on heedlessly. I think Damaris is here. I am almost certain of it. And worse, there is a man, her bodyguard, a man named Gregor. He is dangerous, mayhap more dangerous than anyone I have faced in my travels, and... Without warning, Naya seized her shoulders and kissed her. The second their lips met, Lauren's worries vanished into sparks of bliss. Her own hands rose to Naya's waist, though she did not mean to move them. More than a month of desire was now finally real, and she only wanted all the city to fade away, and all the world beyond it as well. And then she remembered Chet, waiting for her in a tavern not far away. She pulled back, pushing Naya. And then she remembered Chet waiting for her in a tavern just beyond the wall. She pulled back, pushing Naya away. No, she said quietly. Clearly I have not spoken plainly enough. I love Chet. And I have told you I do not care for love, nor desire it, said Naya, wearing a self-satisfied smile. And you seemed far less convinced of your words than the and you seem far less convinced of your words than the last time you said them. I do not regret it. You deserved a kiss and likely needed one as well. I did, thought Lauren, but she shook her head. You could hardly have chosen a worse time. Naya sighed and rolled her eyes, though her smile did not leave her. Very well. Until another time, then. In the meanwhile, let us go and find a merchant. Chapter 25 done. All right, later, Bodegazilla. Cleary? Cleary. Thank you. Good spot. Appreciate that. Ugh. Chapter 26. They listened at the room's door for a long moment, but could hear no sound in the hallway beyond. Hold on a second. The screen is. Or the cord, rather. Chapter 26. They listened at the room's door for a long moment but could hear no sound in the hallway beyond. Lauren opened it cautiously and poked her head outside. There was no one in sight. She slipped out of the room and Naya followed. At the end of the hall they found a stairway and took it up to the next floor. Lauren waved Naya back and peeked down the hallway, but it was as empty as the first, and the rooms looked all the same. Not here, she said. Let us go up another floor. Why? Said Naya. What are you looking for? Lauren thought back to Damaris's room at the Wormwing Inn in Cabris. It had fairly glowed in its opulence, a wide and spacious place with drapes and fine furniture. We seek Damaris or someone of similar stature who would know where she is. These floors are filled with small drawing rooms and apartments, doubtless for the servants or mayhap only for storage. If I know the family Yaren, the higher we go, the more important will be the people who dwell there. So they ascended. At each landing, Lauren inspected the hall beyond. Her guess was right. Upon each level, the doors lessened in number, and soon they were worked with fine designs and gold trim. But they had not climbed much higher before they heard the tramp of heavy boots coming down the stairs towards them. Into the hall, whispered Lauren. They ducked around the corner of the stairwell door just in time. After the steps passed, Lauren and Naya poked their heads back out. They saw 4 Yaren guards who soon vanished around the next curve in the stairs. We should expect to see more of them from this point on, I think, said Lauren. But Naya smiled at her. Did you not see them? Within the manor they have closed helmets. KJ Jones! Greetings! At first Lauren did not understand, but after a moment she matched Naya's grin with one of her own. The next hallway up was not empty. They saw a pair of guards within it walking together away from the stairwell. They had little time to lose before the guards would be out of sight. After nodding to each other, they ran silently up behind. Each threw an arm around one of the guards' necks. Naya bore her opponent to the ground and squeezed until they fell unconscious, but Lauren's guard almost slipped from her grasp. He struggled mightily, reaching for a dagger at his belt. Lauren caught his wrist, struggling to twist his arm behind him. Naya leapt to her feet and drove a fist into the guard's stomach. He doubled over. Snatching his helmet away, Naya brought it crashing down on the back of his head. Finally, he collapsed to the floor. "Easy enough," said Lauren, panting. Naya snorted. They found an empty room and left the guards trussed up within, tied with some drapes they tore from the windows. Lauren used her hunting knife to cut 2 strips of the cloth into gags. They had already stripped the guards of their uniforms and put them on over their own clothes, including the helmets. The guards had gloves, too, so that no bit of their skin was exposed. "Your clothes are a better fit than mine," said Naya, squeezing her hands into the gloves. "I cannot help my lithe figure," said Lauren with a smirk. Naya eyed her. "Nor should you." That turned Lauren's cheeks a deep red, and she chastised herself. She must try to control her tongue and not encourage Naya in her advances. Lauren folded her black cloak and shoved it underneath her chainmail and leather shirt. It gave her the appearance of a paunch. Naya abandoned her own brown cloak in favor of the guard's green one. They made their way back to the stairwell with more confidence and climbed 2 more floors without seeing anyone else. On the 3rd story up, they ran into another pair of guards escorting a merchant. At first, Lauren thought to walk straight past them, pretending to be about their own business. Then she saw Naya draw aside. She did the same at the last moment, and they stood at attention as the merchant passed them by. The other guards gave them a brief glance, but the merchant did not even appear to notice they were there, and soon he was out of sight around the corner. "Remember that we are guards, and therefore servants," said Naya. "I will not forget again. You have some skill in subterfuge." Though she could not see it inside the helmet, Lauren heard a fierce smile in Naya's voice. Underneath the helmet. Beneath. Though she could not see it beneath the helmet, Lauren heard a fierce smile in Naya's voice. "I prefer a knife, but deception will serve in a pinch. Should we pursue the ones we just passed?" He was a merchant. Mayhap he would know something. Lauren considered it for a moment, but then shook her head. "We would have to fight the guards and would be too exposed while we did so. We should look for one in the hallways, not the stairwell, and follow them to a room where they may be subdued without witnesses." They began to inspect the halls more carefully. They walked the entirety of each floor, striding with impunity as though they were on an errand. Their surroundings began to grow more elaborate.
I submitted to BookBub for Nightblade for free for the 27th. Thought I'd try.
You specified a date?
And I also submitted for Midrealm for the 17th.
Awesome.
16th.
Just so you know, I didn't realize this until after I'd already replied, but Johnny texted me and only me, asking for how many total downloads we've had of Nightblade.
Okay.
So I pulled up the figure just because I happened to see it, and then I answered and then realized that he hadn't CC'd you on it. So if he does that again, I'll say, "Oh, you know, I don't have that handy. Text Megan."
Total downloads, how many were there?
85,000. Pretty good.
I thought it had hit 100,000.
No, that's sales and
Free.
Sales and free. Yeah. Oppa dee doo. They began to inspect the halls more carefully. They walked the entirety of each floor, striding with impunity as though they were on an errand. Their surroundings began to grow more elaborate. Now even the side tables in the halls were well carved, and the sconces for the torches were wrought with fine designs. No one else, guard or merchant, spared them so much as a glance. Lauren was reminded again of when she and Jordell had pulled this very trick in the Great Rocks. For a painful moment she wished he was here now. Though Naya was a competent enough woman, she was no replacement. On the next floor they passed by someone alone, a wizened merchant in a fine green dress. As soon as she saw the woman coming, Lauren started, and only just managed to keep herself from coming to an abrupt halt in the middle of the hallway. Once they were alone again, Naya stopped and turned to her. "What is wrong? Who was that?" "Her face. I remember it from somewhere." And then it came to her in a flash. "Her name is Gretchen. She kept Damaris's accounts. I saw her when I first met the merchant, and Annis as well." "We will not find a better target than that," said Naya. "And we have spent too long in this place already. Who knows but that the guards we subdued have awoken and are struggling free from their bonds even now." They turned and went hastily back the way they had come, and soon they could see Gretchen just ahead of them. The woman reached the stairwell and went up to the next floor. Naya and Lauren followed close behind. In the hallway, Gretchen entered the second door on her left, closing it behind her with a soft click. Lauren and Naya stopped just outside it and looked at each other. There might be guards inside, said Lauren. There might not, said Naya, and we are out of time. She opened the door before Lauren could answer and strode confidently inside. With little other choice, Lauren followed, but inside they both froze. They were in a sitting room. In the center was a small table surrounded by plush chairs upon... Gotcha. Gretchen was alone. Okay. In the center was a small table surrounded by plush chairs, upon one of which Gretchen now sat. There were no guards in the room, but there was one other person, a young man with dark hair and a scar that split his chin, Huel. Gretchen and Huel looked up the moment the door opened, and when Lauren and Naya paused, Gretchen frowned. "What is it?" she said. Her voice was a shrill bark, like a small dog that thought itself a mastiff. "Are you lost?" Lauren could not think of what to say. Thankfully, Naya's wits were quicker. "No, my lady," she said, deepening her voice to disguise it. She pushed the door shut and took a step into the room. Lauren followed. "Only we have been sent with orders. It appears the two of you may be in grave danger." The old woman's brows flew skywards. "Us? This is the Golden Manor, you twit. What possible danger could there—" But Lauren saw Huel's eyes go wide, and he shot to his feet. Naya was quicker, lunging forwards and tackling the man to the ground. Lauren went for Gretchen, clapping a hand over her mouth and seizing her arm as she tried to rise. Naya and Huel wrestled for a moment, but she was stronger and held him down while she drew his knife. She held the point of it under his chin. "Be still, Weremage," she said. "If I see the slightest glow in your eyes, I will plunge this into your brain. I know you cannot heal that wound away." Keeping one hand over Gretchen's mouth, Lauren reached up to remove her helmet. When it came off, Gretchen's eyes narrowed, and then in a moment they shot wide. She screamed something, but the words were muffled under Lauren's hand. "Yes, Gretchen," said Lauren, giving her a grim smile. "It has been a long time. We have questions for you, and you would do well to answer them." Above the point of Naya's dagger, Huel was nearly spitting with rage. "How?" he said. "How did you find me here?" "You can never escape the Nightblade, Weremage," said Lauren. "Remember that well." He does not need to know that we did not come here looking for him, she thought. It would have made her laugh out loud if the situation had been less serious. Huel snorted. "I suppose Cal's spies are not so incompetent as I had believed." Struck by a thought, Lauren raised her brows. "Oh, do you think you deceived Cal? You were mistaken. He has known of your deception a long time and played you for a fool all the while." Joy coursed through her as she saw his face grow pale, but then he calmed himself and snorted. "You lie. Cal knew nothing, or he would have been more careful with his secrets. If you could hear only half the things I know about him and his precious order." Despite herself, dread seized Lauren's heart at his words, but Naya pressed her dagger harder against his skin. He went quiet. Lauren saw a small drop of blood appear at the tip of the dagger. "Be silent, wizard," said Naya. "We seek Damaris. If you wish to live, you will tell us where she may be found. In fact, I offer the two of you this chance. Whichever one of you tells us where Damaris is hiding may live. I will take great pleasure in bleeding the other one all over this fine rug." Huel glared at her, but Gretchen's eyes went wide with terror. "Do you wish to volunteer?" said Lauren. She took her hand away from Gretchen's mouth, but dropped it to her throat. "Speak, but if you try to scream, I will throttle you." I have nothing to say to you, ungrateful wretch." Gretchen tried to spit at her, but the phlegm only splashed out on her own chin. Oh, little details. "I told Damaris she should have killed you." "Mayhap she should have," said Lauren, "but now she never shall, for I mean to bring her before the king's justice. Tell me where she is, and I will see that that justice is lenient upon you." "She is far away from you," hissed Gretchen. Lauren frowned. She is not here in Dahab, then?" No hesitancy. No hesitation there. "She's not here in Dahab, then?" Gretchen snapped her mouth shut at once, but Lauren could see the fear in her eyes and knew it for the truth. Nope. Nightblade is one person, and it's literally a name that Lauren thinks up for herself. That's a criticism, quote unquote, that I get sometimes is like, Nightblade is kind of a dumb name. And I'm like, to me, that is a feature, not a bug. Lauren is a huge fucking dork. She is a fangirl. She is a girl who wants to be a superhero. Now, Underrealm doesn't have our version of superheroes, but it has heroes of legend. She wants to be hero of legend. And so she's like, I'm going to be the badass thief slipping through the darkness and da-da-da-da-da. And I'm going to call myself Nightblade. And everyone's like, yeah, okay. Okay. It's like Reaper naming himself Reaper, you know. I'm Reaper. And everyone's like, okay, edgelord. But the people who recognize that, like, she's actually pretty good at being a spy, if she's not very good at being a thief, they're like, well, I mean, I guess if that's what you want to call yourself. And, like, Lauren has no idea how many people think it's ridiculous, especially since Jem thinks it's the coolest thing ever because he's a 10-year-old boy, 11 or 12 at this point in the story, actually. He thinks it's the Nightblade. That's the coolest thing I've ever heard. And he's the one who's always telling the story and like and then the Nightblade did this, and then the Nightblade did that. So really, Nightblade is like Lauren's Batman. Like, I'm Batman. And people are like a sane individual goes, Batman? That is so dumb, you know? But it becomes fucking Batman because he's Batman, you know? If Batman were like a normal average guy or like a normal average superhero who didn't have all of the money and the gadgets and the martial arts and everything like that, people would be like, okay, Batman, woo, Batman, ugh. But because he's super badass, he becomes Batman. And when he says Batman, people are like, oh shit, it's Batman. I don't know who Fallen Clown is. If it's a reference to something else. Boo. What then had her dream shown her? She had seen Damaris here in this very city. If that was a lie, then why had she seen Huel here? Why had she been allowed to see that he was a Weremage or that he would be in this city at all? Her thoughts were drifting and she forced herself back to the present. She would have to worry about these things later. Now Naya put her face closer to Huel, sneering at him. Oh, gotcha. The old woman has been the most helpful so far, she said. You had best contribute something to the conversation, lest I grow bored of you. Huel only glared. Naya shrugged and turned back to Gretchen. Very well, he does not seem very forthcoming. Say on, old woman, and my friend and I will leave you be. Lauren saw Gretchen hesitate, her throat working. Do not scream, warned Lauren. She is far away, said Gretchen, far from here. You have said as much already, said Naya. Tell us more. A fortress, far to the west, too strong for you fools to break into, said Naya. Naya said Gretchen. Herp. Naya clutched Huel's throat tighter and turned the dagger on Naya. Wow, I just really had Naya on the brain. But I mean, look at the book cover. Who can blame me, right? Naya turned Huel's throat tighter, clutched Huel's throat tighter, and turned the dagger on Gretchen, holding it just under the woman's eye. What is it called? Where may it be found? Nice, Fallen Clown. Gretchen squirmed under Lauren's hands, trying to edge away from the knife. Yawamba! It is Yawamba! Lauren saw the flash of light in Huel's eyes a moment too late. Huel slapped Naya's hand away and sprang, and as he moved, great claws of bone shot from his hands. But he did not attack Naya nor Lauren. He plunged the knife-like claws into Gretchen's throat and chest. One of them sliced open the back of Lauren's hand, and she recoiled in pain. Huel did not press his attack, but leapt back and away from them both. Naya flipped her knife around, but Huel flung a chair at her just as she threw it, and the blade went wide. Gretchen collapsed on the ground, blood spurting from her throat to cover Lauren's chainmail. The window, cried Lauren, but she was not fast enough. Huel turned and leapt, curling his body into a ball. The glass burst outwards with a great crash. From behind him, Lauren saw the glow of Huel's eyes grow brighter. Huel turned and flung himself into the window, curling his body into a ball. The glass burst outwards with a great crash. The glow of Huel's eyes grew brighter. In a heartbeat, he was gone, and a crow flew away into the night, cawing madly. Lauren seized Gretchen's shoulders, trying to sit her up so that she did not drown in her own blood. Leave her, said Naya. She's dead already. It was true. The woman. I'm an author. I'm not a voice actor. Fallen clown. Sorry. It was true. The woman still had a spark of life in her terror-filled eyes, but already it was fading. Lauren gritted her teeth and stood back, pressing her sliced hand hard into her sleeve to staunch the flow of blood. Naya went to the window and looked down. Guards heard the window breaking, she said. It is time we left. But we do not know where this Yawamba is, said Lauren. We can discover that later, or so I hope. I am covered in blood. I cannot walk out of here like this, for they will know that something is amiss. Naya's eyes grew narrow, and she studied Lauren. For a long, curious moment, Lauren felt that she was being judged, as though Naya weighed one grim option against another. Then the mystic's face relaxed. Well, I hope you do not expect me to leave you here. We have a mission to find Damaris, you and I will not let you abandon it so easily. That forced a laugh from Lauren. Then I hope you have an idea. Mayhap we can follow our quarry, said Naya, tossing her head towards the window. Only we cannot fly and shall have to climb down. Lauren went to the window and leaned out. Lauren went to the window and leaned out to look down. It is a long way. Not so long as the stairwell if we must fight our way down, and I do not think you would be much use when it came to swords. You're correct, said Lauren. I know, right? Well, that's the thing, is like, it's kind of a dumb, like, name, but if you can back it up, then a dumb name isn't so dumb anymore, you know? Like, you can call yourself Destroyer of the Universe, and people are going to be like, okay. Then if you go about actually effectively destroying the universe, people are like, it's the fucking Destroyer of the Universe. You're correct, said Lauren. Very well. These outfits will no longer help us. Quickly, they shed their guard uniforms, and Lauren donned her black cloak once more. From Naya's discarded cloak, she cut a strip of cloth and tied it around the cut on her hand. She lifted the window to climb out. A moment, said Naya, seizing her cloak and drawing her back. You've proven to be something of a lure that summons luck. You found Huel when we did not even seek him. We shall need more of that luck if we are to escape. I think you should give me another kiss. For a moment, Lauren could not believe her own ears. Before was not the time for such idiocy, and now is even less so. Naya only widened her eyes in mock fear. With two hands clasped to her heart, she simpered, Without your luck, I fear even to attempt the climb. Lauren wanted to strike her, but in her mind's eye she could almost see the guards who even now must surely be rushing up the tower towards them. She darted forward and gave Naya a brief kiss, and then slapped her shoulder hard. For your stupidity. A small price to pay, said Naya, and climbed out the window. Oh, Naya. Naya. Quick bathroom break, and I'll be right back. Oh, KJ Jones, by the way, I don't think you were on stream when we got these in the mail, but check it out. Volume 1 came. Paperback edition anyway, with the new spine, and it's got all the addenda in the back and everything. It's very nice. I am excited. All right, be right back. Greetings, travelers. Chapter 27. The way was slow, and Lauren felt horribly vulnerable on the outside of the building. As she climbed, she kept a careful eye out for Huel. In bird form, it would be easy for the Weremage to spot them and warn the errant soldiers, but no crow wheeled in the sky. Huel must have flown to the ground and entered the Golden Manor from there, hoping to catch them on the stairwell. As luck had it, they came down not far from where they had left Jem. The boy jumped across 2 rooftops to join them before they reached the bottom. By that time, the whole compound rang with shouts of alarm and the sound of tramping boots. Jem stared at them both in wide-eyed wonder. By the sky above, what did the 2 of you do in there? You have mustered an army. Time enough for that later, said Lauren. Now it is time for running. Run they did, with Jem leading the way across the rooftops once more. This time he did not suggest they climb the higher building. He took them in a dead sprint around it, and then he cut right, running straight for the wall. Lauren skidded to a halt. Jem, this way is exposed. Every way is exposed now. You have kicked the anthill. He was right. Guards ran all along the wall. They were mustering to move through the compound in rank and file, searching for the intruders. The quickest way was safest now. The wall was close. There were 2 guards straight ahead. Just before the 3 of them reached the last rooftop, the guards spotted them. Lauren slowed in her run, but Naya sped past her. No time, said the mystic, and she made the leap. One of the guards raised his sword, but she caught his wrist, wrenching him to the side and clearing a space for Lauren and Jem to land beside her. With her other hand, she struck the guard hard in the throat, and as he choked for breath, she pushed him back over the wall. He fell to the street beyond with a scream, which ended abruptly as he struck the cobblestones. The other guard came for Lauren, who sidestepped the woman's wild swing and shoved Jem away. They were pressed close together now, giving no time to think. Lauren lunged and slammed the crown of her head into the guard's nose where it was exposed by the helmet. She felt it snap with a wet crunch. The guard fell upon her back, stunned. Lauren shook away the spots in her eyes. Over, she cried, and she practically flung Jem off the ramparts, but she caught his hands and stooped over the edge, lowering him as far as she could before she let go. He landed well and rolled away, and Lauren hopped over after him. An arrow sailed through the air above her, and she flinched, losing her grip before she meant to. She almost landed straight on her ankles and only just managed to roll with the impact. Her tailbone came down hard, and she groaned as she regained her feet. A moment later, Naya came crashing down beside her, turning over and over as she rolled across the street. Get up, said Jem, pulling on her arm. They are almost upon us. He seized Lauren's arm and dragged her to her feet, then tried to flee with her. He dragged Lauren to her feet and tried to flee with her. But Lauren went to Naya and hauled her up. The mystic's ankle had twisted, and she limped when she tried to walk. Lauren threw an arm around her and half dragged her away from the wall. They passed the body of the guard Naya had thrown over. Lauren tried to ignore it. Mayhap he was still alive, but Lauren thought she would feel better if she did not know for certain. They ducked into the first alley they saw, and Jem led them around 2 different turns before they came upon a well-populated street. Which way to the others, said Lauren. This way, said Jem. At least I think so. You do not remember? Growled Naya. He frowned at her. Do you? Then follow me. And off he ran. Lauren pulled Naya after him, trying to ignore the woman's grumbling. Jem was right in his guess after all, and soon they reached the tavern. Chet and Uzo were waiting outside, and Chet's face was nearly chalk white, but it flushed with color again when he saw Lauren, and he ran forwards to help with Naya. What happened? He said in a low voice. Half of the city seems to be in an uproar. Why does everyone want an explanation while danger still looms? Said Lauren. Get the others out of here. We should ride as far from this place as we can. Let us find an inn on the other side of the city. They all made ready to leave. Lauren went to help Naya up on her horse. I am not badly hurt, said Naya, scowling at her. It was only a little turn. Do not act so surly when I am only trying to help you, said Lauren. It would seem I am not so lucky as you thought. Yet I am alive, and I have the memory of you kissing me by your own choice. Lauren's eyes went wide, and she looked over her shoulder, but Chet was a few paces away, tending to his saddle, and he had not heard. She leaned in closer. I would rather you did not speak of it. Naya grinned at her. Is that an order, Nightblade? It is. You can mount your horse on your own. Lauren went to Midnight and climbed into the saddle. She took no small pleasure in seeing Naya struggle to do the same. They rode off, south and away from the Yeren Manors. No one gave them a second glance, yet still Lauren felt as though eyes were upon her. She drew up her hood to hide her face and kept a wary eye on anyone who passed. She drew up her hood to hide her face and kept a wary lookout for anyone wearing green. When they had almost reached the city's southern wall, They found an inn with a sizable stable, and there they pulled to a halt. See to the horses and meet us within, Naya told Shiun and Jorman. Then she turned to Lorne. I could use a drink, and you deserve one. Though Lorne was still irritated with the mystic, she could not deny that a cup of wine sounded like the finest thing in the world. Once inside, they ordered food and drink and had it brought to a table near the back, out of view of the front door. The moment they found their seats, Weath leaned forwards. Did they recognize you? She said. Will they follow you or trace this back somehow? Yes, said Lorne. Huel was there. He saw me plainly and must have guessed who Naya was under her helmet. Uzo smirked. I am sure you have heard this before, but your green eyes leave you ill-suited to life as a spy. I did not see you volunteer for the mission, said Chet, and at the same time Naya snapped, he would have recognized any of us. She and Chet glared at each other for a long moment before turning away. I did not see you volunteer for the mission, said Chet, and at the same time Naya snapped, it was not Lorne's fault. She and Chet glared at each other for a long moment before turning away. Very well, said Weath. What did you learn? Lorne looked around, conscious that there could be ears listening in any corner. The one we seek is not in the city. She resides in a fortress, a place called Yawamba, far to the west of here. Then we have what we came for, said Weath. We should make ready to leave. I suggest we spend one night here. Then we have what we came for, said Weath. We should make ready to leave. I suggest we spend one night here, for we are all weary from the road, and the three of you need rest even more. But we should leave before first light. Uzo and Jormund can buy us supplies for the journey back to Ammon. Thank goodness, said Chet. Even on this side of the city, I cannot shake my fear that we could be found at any moment. But Lauren remained silent. Then she realized that Naya, too, had yet to answer. Their gazes locked across the table. Jem looked back and forth between the two of them with wide eyes. Oh, darkness take us, muttered the boy. We are going to Yawamba, said Naya. Chet gawked at her. We certainly are not. We are going back to Ammon to bring our news to Cal. Cal will receive his news, said Lauren quietly. We will send someone with a letter. Jormund, I think. For a moment it seemed Chet thought she was joking, for a grin played at his lips, coming and then fading again. It was the face of someone trying to understand a joke, and it pained Lauren to see it. But when she did not smile in turn, he shook his head slowly. You cannot be serious, Lauren. You cannot be serious. Lauren, you are not this foolish. She is far from foolish, said Naya. She is wiser than you are, at any rate. We have waited for weeks, months in fact, for an opportunity to bring our enemies to heel. Now we have such a chance, but it will not last long, for Huel will surely send word of what has happened here tonight, and then our target will hide herself in another dark hole. I will not waste our opportunity, and neither will the Nightblade. Chet and Weath both began to speak, but Lauren cut them off with a raised hand. Naya is correct. We left Ammon to accomplish a purpose. That purpose was information, said Chet. Information leading to a capture, said Lauren, but if we do not act on what we know, that will never happen. If we had learned that the one we seek was in some outland kingdom, some place far to the south, like Hedgemond, that would be one thing. But this fortress, wherever it is, lies far to the west. If we ride the long distance back to Ammon and tell Cal what we have learned, and then devise a plan, and then set out after her, weeks will have passed. Even if winter ends tomorrow and not a single storm troubles us the whole while, the chance to catch Damaris will have vanished. So you would rather ride west without any plan at all, said Chet. You understand, I hope, why I see little wisdom in that. We will devise our plan upon the road, said Naya. That is how commanders in the field are supposed to act. Chet seemed to sense that he was losing, for his frustration grew more plain with every word. But you do not even know where you are going, he said, spreading his hands into the empty air. This fortress you speak of could be anywhere. Lauren looked to Annis. The girl had remained silent through the whole argument, staring into her own lap. Annis? The girl jumped. What is it? You know where it is. Annis's eyes went wide, and she looked around at them. I do not know precisely where it is, yet there is... That is, when I was with Cal, and we studied the maps and the records, there was a place. Something I took note of. It was to the west of here, and it was like a sort of hole, but for coin. No roads passed through it. There were no cities, only mountains. Yet all around it, numbers disappeared from ledgers without explanation. Garrisons marched from fortresses to reinforce some other stronghold, but that place was never named. Food and other supplies all went missing. And I have heard the name of Yuamba before. It was spoken in the halls of my family. It is a place we called home in the past, a long-abandoned fortress of great power. At the words long-abandoned fortress, Lauren felt her hackles rise. She saw the image from her dream again, Damaris standing in a vast cavern, bathed in a single pool of light. Quickly she pushed the image away. Chet was at a loss for a moment, but he recovered, planting a hand on the table and shaking his head. No, this is madness, all of it. And Lauren, you gave your word. You made a vow to Cal. Will you break it? I vowed that I would take no action against our target in Dahab, said Lauren, and I will obey that vow to the letter. You know that is not what he meant. I must agree with Chet, said Weeth. Riding out on our own seems foolhardy. It is, said Lauren, and I will not ask you to come with me. I am no fool. I know this goes directly against Cal's wishes. You risk his wrath if you accompany me. Neither, Chet, would I ask you to follow me into darkness and danger. I did not do so in Northwood, and I will not now. Oh, you're going to have to wait a long time for that, KJ Jones. I'm very sorry. But yeah, you're going to have to wait. Well, I want to say that there are enough hints in the existing books that you could figure it out. But I think you would actually have to be inside my head to see how all the pieces fit together. But when the pieces are explicitly laid out and you see how they fit together, I think you're going to shit your pants. But I am going to Yuamba. Always I have done what I thought was best. Sometimes that brought great sorrow, and not just for myself, but it is also the only reason we know as much as we know. It is the reason the High King is prepared to fight this war in the first place. Before we left the seat, she told me that the 9 kingdoms were more important than any of us. I still believe that. And this is what I must do to preserve them, and to mete out justice for a friend who fell before his time. Were Jordell here, I think he would do the same. That cast most of them into silence, but Chet glared into his lap and shook his head. You speak of justice, but I hear revenge behind your words. Then go to Ammon, said Lauren. Indeed, I would feel better if you did. There is no doubt that I ride upon the more dangerous path. Turn your road from mine and take the children with you. Not likely, said Jem. I go where you go, as I have always done. Well, since we met. I will not turn away either, said Annis quietly. I cannot say with honesty that this is a wise course, but I think it is the right one, and I must follow it. For the same reason I came with you this far already, though I do not know what help I will be. You have been tremendous help already, said Lauren. We would not even know where we were going were it not for you. Do you see? Wit above might. Anna smiled at her, and beside the girl, Chet shook his head and sighed, even as his scowl deepened. Of course I will not abandon you now, Lauren, he murmured. Not... Not ever, not while I draw breath. I only hope I do not regret this, not for my own sake, but for yours. Weeth looked as though she wished to say a great deal more, but when she gave Naya a searching look, the captain's expression remained unmoved. Very well, said Weeth, lowering her gaze. I will send the others out for supplies. We can be ready to ride by first light. Untitled document! AKA Chapter 28. They slipped through the city's gate in a gray morning, passing through a wet chill that hung in the air but did not fall as rain. The guards at the gate seemed more attentive than they had before. Lauren guessed the uproar at the Yaren Manors had something to do with that. But she traded her black cloak for a plain brown one, and they rode out in 2s and 3s the way they had entered the city, and no one marked their passing. Just out of sight of the city walls, they sent Jormund away to ride east the opposite direction. Lauren gave him his instructions and bid him farewell, a little apart from the others. This holds all of the information we were able to gather, she said, placing a scroll in his hands. She had dictated the message upon it to Jem. It also tells him that we ride west for Yuamba. He will no doubt be angry. You must make it clear to him that it was my decision and that you had nothing to do with it. Jormund gave her a wry smile. Do you think I would distance myself from you so? I will tell him it was my council that sent you west and that I begged to come with you. Lauren smiled at that. I wish that you could ride with us. We shall miss your sword. I hope you do not need it. Farewell, Nightblade. Farewell. He bade goodbye to the rest of the party and then mounted to ride away. Lauren and the others watched until he was out of sight, and then they rode west upon the road. They rode upon the road. And then they rode west. From the first day they left Dahab behind them, they noticed a change. Winter storms no longer battered them as they had before, and while the air was still frigid, at least it was free from rain. The roads west of Dahab were nowhere near so ill-kept as the ones to the east, so their journey was swift and almost pleasant. The month of Martis was nearly past, and winter was just beginning to give way to spring. When they made camp on the first day, Lauren waited until Chet had gone out of sight to fetch firewood and then went to Naya. You did something in the manor that I meant to ask you about. Naya smirked at her. I did, and I will do it again if you wish. I did, and I will... Naya smirked at her. I did, and I will do it again, or more, but if you... Or more if you give me... If you but give me half a chance. I did, and I will do it again, or more if you but give me half a chance and half an hour. That is so much better than it was before. Lauren's cheeks flamed. Not that. I meant the knife. You threw it at Huel, just as you did the first time we faced him. You are very good with it. As I said, deception and knives are my two great loves, but still you have asked me no question. Can you teach me? To throw a knife like that, I mean. Naya cocked her head slightly. I thought you were against killing. I am, but a knife may be used for other things than death, even when thrown. Or has it escaped your notice that you yourself have not killed Huel with it? That forced a bark of laughter. It was not for lack of intent, I assure you, but very well, I can teach you to throw if you wish to learn a fancy trick to entertain your friends. Only you must promise me something. Lauren frowned and spoke in a low murmur. I will not do again the thing you made me do in Dahab. I should not have done it the once. Made you do? Said Naya, smiling. She dropped her voice to a murmur as well, as though respecting Lauren's wish for secrecy, but it only made her voice more inviting, more electric. But it only made her tone more inviting, more electric. I have given and received enough kisses that I know when a woman is enjoying herself. Once again, crimson rushed into Lauren's face. If you do not wish to teach me to throw, then just say so. She turned to leave, but Naya put a hand on her arm, gently holding her in place. Calm yourself, Nightblade. I did not say anything of the sort, and that was not the promise I meant to extract from you. Though I find it interesting that your thoughts went there in the first place. Here is your vow, that you will never throw a knife at me. That took Lauren aback, and she frowned. Of course not. Why would I? Naya grinned. I am sure I will give you reason. But no, it is only something I was made to promise by the person who taught me. Lauren allowed herself a tiny smile at that. She supposed such a tradition was no evil thing. Then I give you my word, and easily. The mystic led her to a nearby tree and produced a hunting knife from her belt. You must hold the knife by whichever end is lightest. The weight on the other end will give your throw power. Here. She placed the blade into Lauren's hand, and Lauren felt the weight of it. I would hold this one by the hilt, but my dagger I would hold by the blade, she thought, her fingers wrapped around Naya's knife. Just so, but you must hold it differently, said Naya. She pried Lauren's... Which one? Oh. Why would I? What is that emoji? Love it. TF. Troll face. Got it. That's amazing. Yeah, it's a good one, right? Little hints. Little hints. Just so, but you must hold it differently, said Naya. She pried Lauren's fingers apart. Lauren did not miss the heat of the woman's skin upon her own, and adjusted the grip. Hold it with only your thumb and the first two fingers, 3 if the knife is larger. The hardest part is ensuring that the knife does not spin in the air so that the blade strikes your target and not the hilt. Do your best, but do not be surprised if it does not work. Lauren drew back and threw. The blade wobbled slightly, but it sped true, and the first finger's breadth of it sank into the bark of the tree. Naya drew back, eyes wide with astonishment. It comes to you naturally. And to think in Ammon you doubted my skills as an archery teacher. An urge gripped her, and Lauren obeyed it without thinking. She looked the mystic in the eyes and smiled. Mayhap and Ammon I was distracted from the lesson. Naya's smile turned feral. And what, I wondered, distracted you? They paused like that for a moment. Then Lauren shook her head and took a step back. I should not have said that. I did not mean to be untoward. I know what you meant, girl. I have told you before, I know when a woman is enjoying herself. Naya went to the tree and removed her knife before walking off. Without looking back, she called over her shoulder, You have talent, but you need practice to turn that into skill. Use your hunting knife. Lauren watched her go until she felt someone's gaze upon her. She turned quickly, expecting to find Chet, but it was only Jem, watching her with a curious expression. It seems I have some ability when it comes to throwing knives, said Lauren. I have always wanted to learn to do it, said Jem. Mayhap you can teach me. Lauren arched an eyebrow. Me? Naya should instruct you. She is a master at it. Speaking of KJ Jones, speaking of hints, Jem saying that he always wanted to learn how to throw knives. Where do you think he first saw someone doing that made him want to learn? Little sprinkles of hints. They are all over. They are in little places. Little hint sprinkle. Here is a hint. Here is a hint. Here is a hint. Jem looked the way the mystic had gone. I suppose so, but she is an intimidating woman. I do not think she likes me and would rather learn from you in any case. It would be my honor, only let me practice a bit myself, so that I know better how to instruct you. She threw the knife for an hour before she went to sleep that night. When she stood her watch in the early morning hours, she practiced with her dagger instead of the hunting knife, for no one was awake to see it. Not every throw was as true as her first, but she found herself getting better and better at it. She kept practicing as the days passed, and very soon she could easily land her throw within a hand's breadth of the spot she aimed for. It was good to have the distraction, for the road was otherwise monotonous. It gave her something to do when they stopped to eat or to make camp for the night. Though the road was far easier than the one they had taken to Dahab, it was not well traveled, and they would sometimes go 2 or more days without seeing someone passing by. When they did, they avoided speaking, or any greeting more than a nod in passing. The landscape was fair enough, Lauren supposed, but she preferred... Another hint, just... Which hint? Though the road was far easier than the one they had taken to Dahab, it was not well traveled, and they would sometimes go 2 or more days without seeing someone passing by. When they did, they avoided speaking or any greeting more than a nod in passing. When they did, they avoided speaking or any greeting more than a nod. The landscape was fair enough, Lauren supposed, but she preferred the drier, taller trees of the birchwood to the jungled land they rode through now. The vegetation always seemed damp, and the trees were knotted with great vines that clutched their trunks as if to strangle them. Why she doesn't care for Jem? Oh yeah, that's one of the big hints. A lot of the beta readers were like, I kept wondering, why the fuck... When they did come upon clear green lands, it felt as if the air grew lighter and they drank it in with deep breaths. But always the road took them back into the jungle again, where they would spend days at a time beneath a canopy of leaves so thick that they never saw the sun. Yeah. They came often upon smaller side roads that led off deeper into the jungle. Many were marked on their maps and ran in the same direction they traveled. But when Shion suggested they use those roads, Naya shook her head. It is no use trying to use backways and lesser-known paths, she said. Now more than ever we require speed. If we can reach Yawamba fast enough, Huel will not have enough time to warn Damaris of our coming. Could he not remain in bird form and fly there in only a few days? Said Lauren. I do not think he is strong enough for that, said Weath. To hold a shape other than their own, a weremage must keep their concentration, and the greater their change, the harder it becomes. Changing his form so that he looked like another person would be one thing. That requires only the smallest use of power, and many weremages learn to hold such a transformation even as they sleep. But it would be a powerful weremage indeed who could maintain the form of a bird or any beast for days on end. And if Huel were so strong in his magic, he would likely have turned into something far more fearsome than a bear when last we fought him. How do you know these things? Said Jem, eyes alight with curiosity. I thought you were an alchemist. Yet weremagic and alchemy are mirrors of each other, said Weath. Indeed, they can sense each other so that I can tell when a spell of either branch is used near me, unless the wizard has learned to conceal it. Can they do so? Said Annis, arching an eyebrow. I've never heard of this. Magic has many secrets, said Weath, shrugging. The children of merchants rarely learn them unless they are wizards themselves, for what would be the purpose? As for your question, yes, a wizard may conceal their spells after much practice, and the smaller the spell, the easier to hide it. I'm surprised to hear you call them alchemy and weremagic, said Lauren. Zane insisted the branches had different names. He called himself an elementalist. He is a noble, chuckled Weath. I am a farmer's daughter from Dorsey. I never cared for the frivolities that the academy tried to force upon the students. Lauren looked at her again, raising a brow in surprise. She had met few enough Dortians, other than the taciturn villagers they had met for one terrible night as they fled east across that kingdom. But they had been reserved and easily offended, much like the tales Lauren had heard of Dortians all her life. But Weath was kind and generous to the point of fault, and always the one to calm tensions among the party. She was curious if Weath knew that Lauren was from Selvin, and for the first time she found herself wondering if Dortians grew up with tales of Selvin's people as well. Weath is the American who travels, and people are surprised to find out that she's American. It's like, you're American? Yeah. What? Oh, well, you're just not so much of an asshole. I'm very honored to say that I've received that comment myself. People in other countries are surprised to find out that I'm American because they're expecting a bit more, America. Not to toot my own horn. The days passed quickly, if quietly, for the jungle sometimes made them nervous to speak. It was as though the verdant growth itself was listening to them and was none too pleased. By what it heard. The wildlife was as colorful as the vegetation. They learned from Uzo that they must not touch any of the brightly colored frogs, for some of them had poison in their skin. Most snakes, too, were venomous. In fact, it seemed that so many animals in this place were venomous that Lauren wondered what people ate. But while the creatures around them bore little resemblance to the animals of her home, they were often breathtaking in their beauty. Uzo, however, hardly spared them a second glance. Lauren soon realized that to him these were as commonplace as starlings in the birchwood. She wondered if he had ever been to one of the southern forests, and if so, whether the squirrels and rabbits were as wondrous to him as these animals were to her. I think we are upon the right road, said Jem, when nearly a week of travel had passed. Some of the others gave him odd looks. He grinned at them from his seat beside Lauren. The sky itself has stopped hampering our journey. Why else would it spare us at storms, except as a sign that we are traveling the right road at last? That drew a chuckle from most of them. Even Uzo smiled, though he often seemed annoyed by Jem's antics and never-ending optimism. This journey has taught me that elves are real. I suppose I can believe in your signs and portents as well. Jem did not stop beaming at that for the rest of the day. Oh, Jem, you precious child. But though the mood of most of the party had risen considerably, Chet's only grew worse the farther they rode. He would not acknowledge Naya at all unless absolutely necessary, and then he would say only 1 or 2 words at a time. He was curt with the rest of them as well, and would often make snide remarks. When asked to help gather firewood or hunt, he would sometimes mutter. We would not need to do so if we were riding in the right direction. When they made camp each night, he made a point of sleeping out of Lauren's reach within their tent. For the first several days she bore it silently, for she thought his ill mood might fade after a time. Jem kept trying to entice him into conversation, though Chet never seemed willing. Then, on the 10th day of their ride, Jem asked curiously why Chet and Lauren and Shiyun did not keep their bows strung while they rode. Because we know how bows work, snapped Chet, and we do not want to break ours. If you wish to learn about archery, find an instructor. Jem balked. Lauren fixed Chet with a steely glare and then looked over her shoulder at the boy. Jem, ride with Annis for a while. I must ask Shiyun a question about the road ahead. Chet, come with me. Chet had gone sullen. He could sense her anger as well as the rest. Chet had gone sullen. He could no doubt sense her anger and must have known this was no ride for pleasure. She is not far ahead, he said lamely. Come, she said, and nudged Midnight into a canter. She heard the hoofbeats of his horse behind her a moment later. When they were out of sight of the others, she turned from the road down a side path that led up a hill, slowing to a walk. He followed behind her silently, for which she was grateful. If he had made some snide remark about their course, she might have struck him. The path soon took them up a crest up to a crest that looked over flatlands to the north, running to a great lake in the far distance. She stopped and turned midnight so that they faced each other. You must stop undermining this mission. It is a fool's errand. It is not safe, Lauren. Of course it is not safe, she said angrily. Where is safety to be found in this time? Nowhere in Underrealm, that is for certain. So your intent, then, is to seek danger. How does that seem a wise course? My intent is to help stop this war. Unless the High King and those who serve her stop the necromancer, then let the High King stop them, said Chet. You have done enough. Nothing is enough until danger has passed, said Lauren, shaking her head. The threat only grows. And so does the threat to you, said Chet. I could hear it when you entered Ennelin's service, for if you were determined to... I could bear it when you entered Ennelin's service, for if you were determined to join in this battle, it seemed better to have the power of the seed at your back. I thought you would be safer in Ammon, far from all the battles that have yet been fought. But this is not just foolish, it is foolhardy beyond reckoning. You thought, said Lauren, rolling her eyes. When will you learn that your thoughts are your own? They are not mine. I never planned to seek safety. Why did you even leave the forest then? Said Chet, shouting now. He nudged his horse forward so that they were within arm's reach of each other. You said you left because of your parents. They're gone now, Lauren. You can do anything you want to. Of course I can do anything I want, she cried. I always could, without any need for your permission, and I am. Chet went stock still. He stared at her for a long while as she sat there, her shoulders heaving, barely restraining the urge to throw him from his saddle and pummel his foolish head. And in the silence, Lauren saw the dawning realization in his eyes. It was the look of a man who had been speaking to someone in a... It was the look of a man who had been speaking with someone in a... It was the look of a man who had been speaking to someone in a mask, only to have the mask ripped away and the person beneath look nothing like he thought. It is, he said, his voice suddenly small. It is what you want. And hearing him, Lauren too now saw him in a different light. Chet was again the young boy who had made her promise to dance with him, the child who had followed her with doe's eyes around their village. She did not know what she had seen him as only a moment before. That image of him was wiped away so completely that it was as though it had never existed, and now he was little more than a boy again. Of course he is... Of course he is a child, she thought to herself. You both are, if you would only be honest with yourself. She thought to herself as redundant. She can't exactly think to him. Of course he is a child, she thought. You both are, if you would only be honest with yourself. But pride kept her from giving voice to the thought. Do you enjoy this, Lauren? Her fury had burned a bit lower in the long silence, but she was still angry as she shrugged. Of course I do not like it. I do not enjoy danger or the deaths of those I love. Jordell died and Albern and Mag with Sten by her side, yet that is why I can do nothing else. That is why I must go on, because they cannot. You have told me often of your plans, or at least your desires, to run away from all this. You say you want to hide away in some forgotten corner of Underrealm and let this great war pass us by, like hiding in a hollow tree against a raging storm. I can never do that, Chet. I thought you wanted to once, said Chet. I thought we both wanted to run away together. Damn, it's raining hard. Huh. Because that was better than the life my parents deigned to give me. But now I could not live with myself. I could not abandon the 9 kingdoms or the people I love. And that is because of my parents, Chet. That is what they would do. Run away, look after themselves, never giving a thought to anyone else. I have roamed too far and seen too much, and I love too many. A merchant's child, a city urchin, a fallen wizard, and yes, even you, you great idiot. I love you all, and more besides, and all of you will suffer if darkness is allowed to win. Chet looked at her a moment longer before turning away. I cannot live my life for others, not anymore. I want to live in safety as long as I can, and I want you to be safe. That is all I want, Lauren. I do not care for Underrealm, but only for you. The 9 kingdoms mean nothing to me, not next to a pair of green eyes. That is some bard's sentiment, Chet, said Lauren. It is not anything useful. He did not answer or even look at her. Slowly he turned his horse and rode back towards the others, leaving her alone on the hilltop. 28 is done. Done. I would like to get through chapter 30 before I break for lunch. Hey, welcome back, Xenon and Quark. Chapter 29. They reached Feldamar's western reaches 3 days later. Annis told them they were close. They had often consulted their map during their journey, and she had pointed out the place where she thought Yuwamba must be located. As she had said, there was nothing marked there. The closest thing was a small town nearby, a place called Sarafu. It was little more than a village, but it was one of the areas from which much coin and many soldiers had vanished. If there is a road to Yuwamba, we may find a sign of it in Sarafu, said Annis. At the very least, the area around it will be our best hope to start looking. They could not ride into the town, for it would not do for the Yarans to learn that a party matching their description had come there. Instead, they set up camp in the jungle a few hours' walk away. They sent Uzo and Shun into the place to buy supplies and ask after information. Huel had never met Uzo beyond seeing him on occasion in Ammon, and he had not met Shun either, other than the brief fight south of Ammon. Lauren hoped he would not recognize them by their description if he heard any word about two strangers arriving to the town. The mystics returned with no information that would help. They had not asked after the fortress by name, of course, but no one in town seemed to have heard of any military movements, and they had spied no Yaran activity at all. If the family Yaran was indeed operating in Sarafu, they did so in secret. They began their search the day after they arrived, splitting the party in two. Lauren led Chet and Weeth riding north along the foot of the mountains, while Naya took Uzo and Shun south. They followed roads when there were roads to follow and dove off into the countryside when there were not. Jem and Annis remained at the camp, looking after their possessions. Once again, Lauren found herself at the foot of the Great Rock Mountains. These were the northern reaches of the same great range. After it turned northwest and cut across Dorsey. Here they formed Feldamar's western border, just as they formed Selvin's western border in the south. Selvin's in the south. As they had rode west, she had feared that the sight of the mountains might call to mind painful memories of Jordell, but these peaks were so different from the ones they had traveled together that she could hardly believe they were the same range. In the south, the peaks were tall but gentle, peaked with snow atop the gray and brown of rock and soil. In Feldamar, the jungle ran straight up the sides of the mountains to the very top, even now in winter, and their silhouette was like a row of upraised knives against the sky. The first long day's search revealed nothing, and they returned to camp defeated. Naya came back shortly after Lauren, and from the slump of her shoulders, Lauren thought she could tell how successful they had been. But she stood from her place by the fire and went to them regardless. "Did you see anything?" "Nothing," said Naya, shaking her head. "We will ride farther tomorrow. As will we." And so they did. Lauren led the others galloping north on the best road they could find, passing in a rush the landscape that they had searched in detail the day before. When they reached lands they had not yet searched, they slowed once more to renew their hunt, but that day proved just as fruitless as the first, and their heads hung still lower by the time they had returned to the camp. This time Naya reached the camp first. This time Naya came back first. She, too, had been unsuccessful. They were a morose party that night. As they sat eating a meager meal around the fire, they rarely looked at each other. Naya spit a bit of gristle into the flames, and the sound was so loud that Annis jumped. "We might think of moving the camp," said Naya. "But which way?" said Lauren. "If we move north, we may be moving farther away from Yuwamba, but the same is true if we move south." "We know it is not here," said Uzo. "I say we flip the coin." "It is 14 days since we left Ahab," said Lauren. "Surely word has reached Yuwamba by now. We are giving Damaris too much time to prepare." "And what do you suggest, Nightblade?" said Naya, raising her hands in exasperation. "If you know of a wiser course, then tell us, and we will follow it." Lauren frowned and looked into the fire. Of course she had no better idea, and they all knew it. But if they took the camp in the wrong direction, their whole mission here might end in disaster. After a moment's silence, Weeth spoke quietly. "Mayhap this is a matter best left to daylight. During the night, all roads may look dark, and choosing between them becomes more difficult." That seems wise, said Jem brightly, smiling at the rest of them. The smile was not returned. Untitled document! Gregor stood before her. As before, the man was giant-sized, larger even than he was in life. His hands looked as though he could crush her to a pulp between his fingers, the massive stumps of his legs like oak trunks. He was so large that the trees around him seemed dwarfish, though the tops of them still stretched over his head. Now his face was not wasted as it had been before, and his eyes were not sunken but smoldered with a dark light as though he were a wizard who had eaten maidstones. I told her to kill you, he said. His voice was not thunder now, but the roar of the ocean, the inexorable tide that tore even mighty mountains down in time. Lauren wanted to turn and flee, but her feet were rooted in place. She looked around her in a panic. It was Feldemar, the very land she had been searching for the past 2 days. Gregor stood between two peaks that stretched impossibly far above them both, yet seemed small and insignificant yet next to the giant. Then Lauren saw that they were not quite alone. Behind Gregor, making its way down a little path between the peaks, was a caravan. It was small, only 3 wagons, but she recognized them as wagons from Damaris's caravan, the one she had led when Lauren first met her. But her attention was drawn back to Gregor as the man reached into his cloak. No but necessary. Her attention was drawn back to Gregor as the man reached into his cloak. He pulled something out, holding it up before her, and then Lauren saw that it was not one thing but 3 small black stones that shone in the moon's light, mage stones. Gregor flung the stones at her and she flinched, but in midair they twisted and turned, growing, lit from within, and when they had finished they had become the bodies of Chet, Annis, and Jem. Her friends fell lifeless at her feet. Now she could move, and she fell to her knees beside them, crying their names. Chet's throat was cut the same as always. Jem would not attack her now, for his body was broken in 1,000 places. Annis had dark bruises around her throat where she had been strangled. Someone dragged her up by the hair. "The knife," hissed Auntie's voice, but it was not Auntie who held her, it was Damaris, and the merchant held the same knife as before, an old, rusted, twisted thing far below her station. Lauren woke just as the knife parted the skin of her throat. The sound of her scream escaped her, but she came to herself just in time and stopped it there so that she only gave a little yelp. Her hands grasped in the darkness, but she did not strike out, did not hit Chet by accident. She only found his arm on the other side of the tent and gripped it, squeezing it tight, afraid to let go. Chet shifted in his sleep and rolled on his back, but he did not wake. She lay there a while, letting her pulse slow, letting the panic and the fear seep from her like water from a rag hung up to dry. It was somewhat of a relief to know that the after effects of these dreams were passing. Mayhap in time she would even wake without feeling the terror they always left behind. When her pulse had stilled, she sat up and dressed herself before slipping from the tent. Outside, their little clearing was fairly well lit, for both moons hung directly above them in the sky. She looked up at them and loosed a long breath, feeling the last of the tension leave her. "Did you dream?" The voice startled her. It seemed the fear of her nightmare had not entirely fled, for the shock sent adrenaline coursing through her limbs again. Adrenaline is a very new word. Seemed the shock of her nightmare not entirely fled. The voice startled her. It seemed the shock of her nightmare had not entirely fled, for fear went coursing through her limbs again, making them shake. She looked across the camp to find Naya sitting against the base of a tree, on watch. Of course it would be Naya on duty, thought Lauren. I did, said Lauren. Naya rose and took a step forwards. And what did you see? Lauren blanched. See? In your dream. I heard a brief cry. Did you not have a nightmare? Naya was studying her face, her head cocked slightly, curious. Yes, I did, but I cannot remember it. She strode forwards and Lauren tensed, though she did not know why, but Naya went straight past her and towards the trees. Just before she vanished from sight, she stopped and turned. Will you stand for me while I relieve myself? Yes, of course, said Lauren. I will take the watch if you wish it. I do not think I will sleep again tonight. Naya nodded and vanished. Lauren went to where the mystic had been sitting and put her back against the same tree. The ground still held some of Naya's warmth, and Lauren sighed. Her thoughts returned to her dream. The peaks of the great rock she knew well enough. They were visible even now, a darker black against the backdrop of stars in the sky. But the path she had seen, the two peaks in particular, they were sights she had not seen with her waking eyes. Hold on, I think my wife requires my attention. Okie dokes. But the path she had seen, the two peaks in particular, those were sights she had not seen with her waking eyes. She thought back to Huel and how her dreams had shown him into Hob. Could this be the same? Was Yawamba in the mountains themselves? If so, she was correct in her reluctance to move the camp, for they would not find the fortress in the land surrounding the Great Rocks. Naya soon returned and entered her tent without a word. Lauren stood watch the rest of the night, and when dawn came, she waited impatiently for everyone to rise. "I have had a thought," she said. "We should not move the camp." "What then?" said Naya. "I wonder if we have been looking in the right place. We've been searching the lands near the mountains, but if those lands are open to all, even casual passers-by. If Uwamba had been built in such a place, surely it could not have escaped notice all these years. It would be on the maps, but it is not. What if it is in the mountains?" Lauren looked at Annis and Jem. "We know full well how cleverly a stronghold can be concealed in such a way." Their expressions grew solemn, and Lauren knew they were thinking of the Shade stronghold where Jordell had met his end. Naya looked to Shiun. The scout shrugged. "It is possible. We could easily have missed a path into the mountains in our searching, for we did not look for such a thing." "It would make sense," Annis interjected. "I told you that much coin and many supplies had vanished in this area, enough for a mighty stronghold indeed. I've been wondering how so large a place could escape notice of the High King's mapmakers." With a sigh, Naya shrugged. "Very well. It seems as good a guess as any." They ate hastily after that. Lauren could feel it in all of them, a sense of nearing the end of their journey, that this time, surely, they would find what they sought. They mounted their horses and rode off, but this time they rode together, making as far west as they could, and did not split into two groups until they had reached the feet of the mountains. Then they went in the same groups of three as they had the past 2 days. This time the going was far slower, for they had to ride around and over ridges, and the land itself seemed to try to halt their progress. Soon Lauren began to grow frustrated, and with her frustration came doubts. This was taking more than 3 times as long. What if it was all a waste of time? What if another day went by and they were no closer to their goal? That was only another day for Damaris to prepare for their coming, or else decide to flee Uwamba before they arrived. No, KJ Jones, I'm very deeply sorry, but I'm not gonna become like, I want to be Marvel, but the one thing that I don't like about Marvel is that character death doesn't fucking mean anything. She looked up and froze. Her hands jerked on the reins, and midnight came to a sudden stop. Chet and Weeth wheeled around, staring at her. "What is it?" said Chet. But Lauren could not take her eyes from the mountain peaks. There were 2 of them, and she recognized them. She had seen them the night before in her dream. "Weeth, ride south," she said. "Tell Naya to come at once and bring the others." Chet and Weeth looked at each other, and then they followed Lauren's gaze. "What is it?" said Chet again. I am not certain. Weeth hesitated, choosing her words carefully. Then what should I tell Naya when I find her? Tell her I have found something. Bring her to the foot of those 2 peaks there. She showed Weeth, and then the mystic rode away south. She and Chet pressed on ahead. Did you see it? Said Chet. In a dream. Yes, said Lauren. It came to me last night. His brows rose. I did not hear you. They are growing less terrible. At least after I awake, she thought to herself. They soon reached the place, and Lauren saw what she had already known they would find there, a small wagon trail that vanished between the foot of the mountain. She could almost imagine the caravan wagons making their way into the great rocks, but then her imagination conjured Gregor before her, and she shuddered, feeling the blood drain from her face. Are you all right? Said Chet. Yes, she said quietly. We should get out of sight and wait for the others. They took the horses off into the trees, but before they did so, Lauren turned to look at where the trail ran off in the other direction. At once she saw the reason why they had not spotted the trail in the last 2 days' search. The trail ended abruptly just before a small gap in a ridge where a stone floor split a rock wall. It was natural, but as perfect for concealment as if it had been built by human hands. On the other side of the wall, she did not doubt that the trail resumed, but if they had seen it from that side, they would surely have thought that the trail led to nowhere and would not have tried to follow it. They dismounted and tied their horses to a tree out of sight of the path. There they sat in silence as they studied the peaks, fixing themselves a light lunch. Lauren thought of taking her bow and trying to hunt, but she did not wish to be out of sight if Naya and the others should return. Some time after midday there came a steady clop-clop of horses' hooves right through the trees. Lauren stepped into the open and hailed them as soon as they came into sight. They gathered around her on the path, looking over the peaks and the meager trail that led between them. A fortunate find, said Naya. She looked at Lauren and arched an eyebrow. I find it incredible that you should have stumbled upon this by chance. Lauren kept her expression carefully neutral. What other explanation is there? Naya's nostrils flared and she looked away. You think this is the way to Yawamba, said Uzo. That seems a meager track to supply a fortress as large as the Yeren girl made it sound. We have found no better sign, said Lauren. Let us investigate it. Lead the way, Shiun, said Naya, and be wary. If we are indeed upon the right trail, there will be guards before long if they have not seen us already. We should proceed on foot, said Shiun, for the noise and so that we may pass more easily between the trees. Naya nodded and dismounted, and the rest of them followed suit, tying the horses in a place of concealment from the road. Then Shiun went on ahead of them, running at a half-trot into the trees where she disappeared. Lauren and Chet strung their bows, and the rest of them set off after her at a slower pace. It is fortunate, after all, that we did not move the camp, said Naya, giving Lauren a careful look. Fortunate indeed, said Lauren, not returning her gaze. Not even an hour passed before Shiun returned to them, stepping out from behind a trunk as though she had appeared from thin air. The party came to a halt, and Naya's hand went to the hilt of her sword. There are guards, said Shiun. They are many, and they are Yerens. Lauren and Naya went on ahead with her. She took them silently through the trees, and Lauren made very sure to place her feet just as Shiun did. She had some gift with woodcraft and stealth, but Shiun was a master of it. They stopped, and the scout pointed to the top of a ridge on their right. Lauren saw 2 little bumps, and as they watched for a moment, one of them moved. 2 up there, said Shiun, and 3 there. She pointed back down the slope they were on towards the path which curled and curved its way through the jungle. A motion in the trees beside the path caught Lauren's eye, and she saw 3 more figures. They wore green cloaks, not the light green of Yeren merchants, but a deep green meant to blend into the jungle. Something is close by, that is certain, said Naya. There are none higher up the ridge we stand upon, said Shiun. We can press on that way. They followed the ground up until they had almost emerged from the trees and into the daylight, but Shiun stopped them, keeping them hidden, and they followed the course of the ridge as it ran farther west. Soon they had passed the guards on the opposite ridge. Below them and ahead of them they saw that the path took a long turn around the spurs of the mountain that stretched down on either side of it. Ahead of them the sun had neared the peaks. Soon it would be dark, and Lauren was growing somewhat impatient, but she did not say anything, for who knew if other guards might lurk in the jungle around them. At last, just as the sun began to sink out of sight, they rounded the spur to follow the path's curve, and there at last they found what they were looking for. They walked upon the foot of a mountain, but a smaller peak stood pressed up against it, and that peak ended in a flat top. Within the mountain itself was built a mighty stronghold that Lauren knew at once must be Yawamba. It stretched out towards them into a great point like the prow of a ship or the head of an arrow, and all along the top of it ran a great wall. The land that sloped up towards the fortress was rocky and treacherous, and only a single road had been built leading up. From where they stood they could see arrow slits in the walls of the stronghold as well as the slopes. Yawamba had been hollowed from the rock, descending down into the earth, so that the mountain was the fortress and the fortress the mountain. The image of a wide cavern flashed into Lauren's mind, the cavern where she had seen Damaris in her dream. She suppressed a shiver. Yawamba, said Naya, her voice a fierce rasp. Lauren nodded. If Damaris of the family Yeren is anywhere in Underrealm, she is here. Chapter 29 done. One more chapter. They did not speak of what they had seen while they made their way back out of the valley, for they did not know for certain if there were any more guards around. It was a long walk, made longer by the fact that the sun had now gone down and they had to pick their way through the darkness. Lauren's mind raced all the while, wondering what they should do. When she had first heard of Uwamba, she had not imagined it would be so grand a place, so impregnable. The thought of trying to conquer the fortress with only 6 of them, 8 if they counted Jem and Annis, now seemed laughable. But what was their alternative? Riding to Ammon? Cal would be furious with her, and she would not even have accomplished what she came here to do, which was the only thing that might stay his wrath now. At last they reached the place where Chet and the others waited for them. They all came forwards and gathered in a group, but Lauren held up a hand to forestall their questions. There will be time enough to tell you what we saw, but now we must return to camp. Jem and Annis are likely worried sick, and we should not leave them alone overnight in any case. And she would not say another word until they had all mounted their horses and begun to ride east. She had them remain quiet until they were out of the valley mouth and back near the main road again, but then Chet turned to Lauren. Did you find Uwamba? Yes, said Lauren. The others looked to her with interest. It is a mighty fortress, and from what we could tell, it is well garrisoned. Even if Cal brought all the mystics in Ammon, I doubt he could take it by force. Naya looked at her sharply. It is good, then, that we mean to use subterfuge instead. I do not see how, said Lauren. Then you intend to give up? Said Naya. We have come too far for that. Lauren shook her head. Let us discuss this when we have returned, and we can think upon it properly. Then ride faster. Naya obeyed her own command at once, savagely nudging her horse into a canter in the moonlight. Jem and Annis came to meet them with palpable relief when they reached the camp at last. We were worried, said Annis, and I've been drinking. We feared you had been discovered and taken. I'm glad to say we were not, said Chet. Not yet, at any rate, though I think Naya has some mad scheme to ensure that is how we meet our end. Do not make snide comments at me, boy, snarled Naya. If you have counsel to give, then let us hear it. Enough, said Lauren. All will be heard in turn. They sat around the fire Jem and Annis had built, Lauren and Naya describing Uwamba, with Sheehan interjecting every so often with some description of the place and the guards placed around it. When they had finished, Chet spread his hands. It seems plain to me that there is little hope of entering the fortress, he said. We should return to Ammon and let Cal deal with it. I do not doubt that he will already have sent a host this way, said Lauren. Jormund will have reached him by now, and Cal will have wasted no time assembling his forces. But it is as I said before. Even all the mystics at his command cannot hope to besiege the place, not without tremendous loss. But neither can we hope to conquer it on our own, said Chet. We do not need to conquer the fortress, said Naya. We only need to capture Damaris. That is why we have come all this way. Lauren and I have proven our worth already. The two of us can drag this merchant from her hole. Lauren frowned as she looked into the fire. It was possible, she supposed, but Uwamba was not the Golden Manor. It was not in the city, for one thing. Escape would not be so easy, and neither would their entry, for she had no faintest idea how to sneak into the place. There were no rooftops for Jem to lead them across. We cannot pass the main gate without detection, she said slowly. That is the first obstacle. You speak as though this is something you are considering, said Chet, incredulous. Do not tell me you have begun to agree with this mad course. But Naya ignored him and nodded eagerly at Lauren. Shiyun can investigate the place tomorrow. She can find us a back entrance. The stronghold is built into a mountain. There must be more than one way in, even if we must tunnel through the rock. I could help you there with magic, said Weath, but I cannot withhold my own concerns. Even once we gain entry, it seems to me that we shall have but a slim chance of success. Damaris will be well guarded, and extracting her will be no easy task. Who agreed to come because they thought this would be easy, snapped Naya. If you wish to turn back once you have gotten us inside the stronghold, I will not stop you. The Nightblade and I can manage on our own. You advocate for madness, said Chet. The wisest course would be to make for Ammon. At the least, we should remain here waiting for Cal's arrival and watch the stronghold in case Damaris should try to escape it. That did seem wise to Lauren, and for a moment her heart leapt. It was safer, certainly, and she could not deny the pit of fear that formed in her stomach at the thought of sneaking into Uwamba, but Naya shook her head scornfully. There must be other ways out of Uwamba, just as there are other ways in, she said. If Damaris learns that a host from Ammon has arrived in the area, doubtless there is some tunnel in the mountains that she can use to evade it. Our only hope is taking her by surprise. Hope, scoffed Chet. I do not see hope in any part of this situation. Do you not? Then let me explain it more clearly, boy. Underrealm stands on the brink of war. Damaris's capture and execution could quell the flames of rebellion. The High King could declare open war tomorrow. She may have done so already, and word of it has not reached us yet. But we here, now, just we 6, can put an end to it. Naya's words awoke a flame in Lauren's heart. She remembered what Enelin had told her upon the seat, that the preservation of the 9 kingdoms was the greatest purpose there was. Naya spoke the truth now. Ending Damaris's string of crimes could help bring that about. Lauren could do it, and if Naya guessed correctly that Damaris had a means of escape, Lauren might be the only one who could. But more than that, she could end the nightmares, or at least remove the power of them. Mayhap the cavern from her dreams awaited her in Uwamba. Maybe Gregor was there too. But if they succeeded, if Damaris were captured and brought before the king's law, Lauren need... if Damaris was captured. And brought before the king's law, Lauren need no longer fear the visions that came in her sleep. For a moment her mind quailed at the thought of Chet's corpse and the corpses of Annis and Jem, but she had seen them die in Dahab as well, and that had not come to pass. You do not see the future, she told herself once again, and you were a self-important fool if you ever believed it so. We must do it, she said quietly. They all stopped and looked at her. Chet's expression fell into despair, and she knew he could see her determination. If there is more than a fool's hope of success, we must try, she said. She went on. Naya is right. All of Underrealm is papyrus awaiting only an ember to ignite it. We can douse the flames before they erupt. This is the duty of the Mystic Order, and it is my duty as the Nightblade. But we cannot do it on our own, said Chet. Cal's force is not enough, said Lauren, and even if it were, how long would it take? If he set out from Ammon with his whole host the very day that Jormund reached him, still the march would take more than a month. It might take 2. Then they would lay siege to Uwamba, another 2 months, mayhap more. The place looked as though a dozen could repel an army for a year. It would become a symbol for the traitors, said Weeth quietly. She stared into her hands, her shoulders slumped as though she had just realized a terrible truth. Our mission, our true mission, would be a failure, for it would only drag the war on. Yet if we succeeded, we few, said Lauren, what if the tale should spread throughout Underrealm that one small band of the High King's spies captured Damaris from her impregnable home and brought her to justice? What traitor would dare to stand against the crown then? The camp was silent. The answer was obvious to them all. Naya's bright teeth shone in the firelight. Then we are agreed. Lauren and I will infiltrate Uwamba and bring Damaris forth. Once we have escaped with her, the rest of you... No, said Chet. Chet, Lauren gave him a warning look. Let me speak, he said sharply. I know, or I have learned on our journeys, that you will not be swayed once you have decided something, Lauren. But in some matters I will not change my mind either. If you are determined to do this, I am coming with you. And I, said Jem at once. He beamed at Uzo as though he expected the young man to chime in with agreement. Uzo raised his brows and remained silent. Annis gave a nervous titter of laughter. I hope it is understood by all when I do not volunteer, for I would only get in the way. Of course, Annis, said Lauren. And as for Jem and Chet, I will not deny that a part of me wants to forbid you going. Your lives are dearer to me than my own. But I cannot command you to remain behind in good conscience when you have urged me so strongly not to go in the first place. Chet urges you, you mean, muttered Jem, so quiet that Lauren barely heard it. But Naya shook her head. That is unwise, Lauren. If we should be caught in the fortress, these boys will not keep us from death. We should not risk any more lives than we must. You speak as though I am yours to command, said Chet. I am not. Nor am I yours, Lauren. I obey only myself, and if you do not wish for me to come with you, you shall have to tie me to a tree. Do not tempt me, boy, growled Naya. Lauren glared at her. Chet speaks the truth. He is no mystic, and so he is not yours to command. Naya drew back, agape. You cannot tell me you wish to endanger him. My wish is not important, said Lauren. I know him well enough to know that he will not hamper the success of our mission, and so if he wishes to come, he can. Or am I no longer in command? The mystic's nostrils flared and her chest heaved with quick, angry breaths. When she spoke, the words came terse and angry. Very well, Nightblade, but might I have a word alone? Without waiting for an answer, she stood and walked away from the campfire. Chet watched her go, still frowning. You do not need to go with her, he said. We gain nothing by being angry and divided, said Lauren. If I can soothe her temper, it will be better for us all. So saying, she rose and went off in the direction Naya had gone. She found her a ways off when the fire had receded to little more than a glow in the distance. Naya was pacing back and forth before a wide oak, and when she saw Lauren... Oak? Oak? The fuck is an oak doing in the jungle? Naya was pacing back and forth before a wide mahogany tree, and when she saw Lauren approaching, she slammed a fist into the side of it. You let that boy sway your mind too easily, she said. Few appreciate a good lover more than I, but it is a girl and not a woman who makes decisions with her loins instead of her head. Fury seized Lauren, and she spoke without thought. Is that so? I think you have done nothing else since we first met. Naya stopped dead, eyes narrowing and fists clenching at her sides. For a moment, Lauren was afraid to move. She half thought that Naya meant to attack her, but then a smile split Naya's scowl and she snickered. Mayhap you speak fairly, she said. I can admit to my own distraction, but when it comes to our mission, I put such thoughts aside. I worry that you have not learned to do so. And I grow tired of hearing that, said Lauren. You, Chet, Cal, it seems everyone thinks I am a little girl, swaying this way and that like a willow in a gale. Just because I was silent while all gave counsel does not mean I was waiting to find something to agree with. I listened, and when I came to my own decision, I gave it. Naya studied her for a moment. Then she took a step closer, her demeanor changing entirely. Lauren no longer feared the woman's temper, but grew nervous for an entirely different reason. I had not thought of that, said Naya softly, and it was wrong of me. I did not give you enough credit. You are young, and sometimes I forget what an old soul lurks behind those eyes. The mystic reached up and brushed away a lock of Lauren's hair. Lauren fought to keep her knees from shaking. I accept your apology, she said, keeping her tone reserved. For a long while now I have sought to be entrusted with a command, said Naya. Now that one has been given to me, even one so small, I suppose I sometimes forget you are the one in charge here. I was a fool to call you a little girl. You're a woman grown, of course. That is why I cannot stop desiring you. Yet you should stop, as I have told you often enough before. Lauren tried to sound indignant, but she could not even speak forcefully enough to convince herself. Oh. At least you should make up your mind about it. I feel as though one moment you scorn me and the next you whisper honeyed words. That is because the distance between here and Dahab has increased my impatience but has done nothing to lessen my hunger. It has not increased mine. That is a lie. That is because the distance between here and Dahab has increased both my impatience and my hunger. It has not increased mine. That is a lie. They both knew it was true. Naya took another step forward so that they were almost touching. They were out of sight of the camp. Lauren knew no one would come to disturb them. Almost she surrendered to her instincts. Almost she reached out for the woman. She even lifted her hands to do it. And then at the last moment she regained control. She put her hands on Naya's shoulders instead, gently pushing her away. I love Chet, she said. You must stop this. Why? Said Naya. She cupped Lauren's cheek. Neither of us wants me to. Because you are trying to make me do something that I know I would regret. He has suffered enough because of me. I will not cause him more pain. Then say nothing of it to him, said Naya. I will not. But those words doused the fire in Lauren at last, and she reached up to pull Naya's hand away. No, that is not who I am. I value honor. Naya scoffed. Naya scowled. So says the former thief. Former, said Lauren, and even then I never meant to steal anyone's affection. If that were true, then you would never have looked at me the way you did the day we met, said Naya. She pushed past Lauren and made for the camp. It was a long while before Lauren's heart had stilled enough that she could follow. Chapter 30 done! And that's it for this morning's stream. 13 chapters left. I want to try and bang them out this afternoon. Ha ha! Bang. So I'm going to go. I'm going to do lunch. And then I'm going to go for a walk, and then I'm going to come back and I'm going to work again. Oh, man. Ugh. Ugh. Boy, howdy. Almost 5 hours of work. Holy shit. Oi, 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 oi. I feel like I'm in the rhythm, though. Hopefully I can actually get myself back into the groove when I come back from lunch and walking and everything like that. But that's what I'm going to go do now. Hopefully I'll be back this afternoon. I want to say like I definitely will, but like I say that a lot and then it doesn't usually happen. So anyway, I want to get this to Karen though, because Karen just finished the last editing job she's working on for somebody else. Her schedule's a little bit clear, and then in a couple of weeks she's going to an editing conference. So I want to try and slip the book into that window. But we'll see how it goes. Okay, thanks so much for coming and hanging out. Great to see you, KJ Jones. Good to meet you, Xenon, Quark, and whatnot. Anybody who's new here, we have a new book coming out in just under a month. It is the... Oh, hey, Clundy Man. I would say that the book that's coming out on March 7th is the definitive book for anybody starting out. You can get Nightblade if you want, but why not just get Volume 1? I mean, look how fucking gorgeous it is. Look at it. Look, and you save money, and you get the addenda, all of the extra addenda in the back of the book. Look how fucking amazing it is. So fucking amazing. Oh my god. So fucking amazing. Yeah. So anyway, highly recommended, but by the author of the book, but still highly recommended. I'm sure some other people recommend it. Yeah. In other words, I will be, and otherwise I will be back at some point later. Thanks so much for coming and hanging out. Good to see you all. Catch you another time. Bye.